I have a plan. I have a plan. I'm real sniffy today. It's very dry out. I'm just gonna leave chat like that from yesterday. It'll eventually fill up with comments for today. Maybe. So I've got the doors open and everything, and the dog is upstairs. She can't do stairs yet. She's allowed to come down here, but my sweatshirt is by the door, so she's probably gonna settle in with the sweatshirt and then, you know, fall asleep or bark at stuff. I saw deer in the neighborhood today, so she might end up borping at stuff. Whew, man, I gotta wake up. I was up several times during the night because I have diabetes. It was awesome. I loved it. Every second of it. I was like, yes! Finally I get to wake up again in the middle of REM sleep. I don't think I got any REM sleep last night. I had to replace an entire pod in the middle of the night, so that's always fun. That's always a good time. Always a laugh, you know? We have fun. What, egg salad on my beard? Get it out! Get it all out of there! Okay, I'm good. I'm not gonna pull an H-bomber guy and have a piece of like drywall on my face. The entire thing. I think he, in his latest video, I think he's making fun of himself. He had drywall on his mouth, like for the whole video. You gotta own it. Own the mistakes. All right, what are we doing? I need to close a bunch of windows on this computer. Whoa, a little hang up there. I think this computer desperately wants a restart, but it doesn't get one. Not until after stream today. Oh yeah, Night Scout is not getting data right now. I'll probably end up paying for the Heroku app website. But I'm not gonna do that on stream. That's scary to pay for stuff on stream. What else do we have up on this computer? We have, that's the chip, the power, flat pack, the LED calculator, PNP versus NPN. I need a refresher on PNPs and NPNs. I think most of that's leaked out of my ear because I don't know if the transistor current is going to be limited by the silicon or if it just opens up like a diode. Because if it just opens up like a diode from emitter to base or collector to base, then I am gonna go ahead and need, wouldn't it always be emitter to base? Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and need a larger resistor on that thing. It's a good mix. This is DJ Everyday. Where is that? Oh, Flatulent Gonad gave you a shout out to 13 viewers 13 hours ago. That's neat. Boop. Boop. DJ Everyday. I'm using Mixcloud. It's got these 10-year-old, 7-year-old mixes. He's living in the past. He's listening to ancient mixes. Oh, what's my glucose level doing? I need to actually check this thing to see. Okay, it's not hyperglycemic like it would say up there. It's just the app isn't updating to the cloud because Heroku is charging money now, but it's $5. I think I'm just gonna pay $5. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. Like I said, I didn't get a lot of REM sleep last night. I'm kind of feeling like I got hit by a bus, or maybe I tripped and fell into a bus. I don't know. It's great. I love it. I love not sleeping. Love it. It's a great time. It's a really good time. I don't like that. I don't like where this is leading. Last night I tried to charge up an iPod Nano 3rd generation. The LiPo inside got rather spicy. Did it disassemble itself by ballooning? What do you have to say? Graphic designer and do work for streamers. You're a bot. Say bananas. I want you to say bananas right now. Say bananas. You are banned. Bye-bye. Didn't say bananas. Gets a ban. Gets a bananas. A ban Anna's. Ban Anna. Now, if I have unjustly banned you, you may talk to one of my moderators and get unbanned. But I don't need no stinking graphics designer. I got one. But bada bing. Get the hell out of here with your self-promotion. This is my stream. Mine. My stream. I get to call shots. It's mine. You get away from it. That's so weird. That was really conversational, though. That was interesting. Where's my plan? There's my plan. We got the plan. I got the parts, kind of. We'll have to get the surface mount parts, the transistors that I'm going to be putting on this thing. My puppy has been walked to within an inch of her life. Took her on like 3 walks this morning, and she should be nice and tired. We played a whole bunch. Her new game is to be on her belly while I'm lying on the floor, like right up against my face, and like just going psycho. So she bit my nose several times, which I don't typically appreciate, because she's just flailing, and so her gaping maw ends up hitting me in the face. But she's a super cutie, so I'll allow it this one time. She's allowed to come down here. She just doesn't do stairs yet. She just doesn't like them. So maybe someday, I'm hoping we'll be able to have like a doggy bed down here, and she'll just hang out while we do calmer stuff. I mean, if I'm machining stuff, she can F off, because I don't want her to get hurt, How's chat doing? Partially did it and the rest cut out. Ugh, it's scary. I have not dealt with like super old lipos before. I think I need a new, no, I don't need a new, well, maybe I do. I think I need a new backup power supply on my computer over there. If there's any type of glitch in power, it immediately says it's overloaded and starts screaming bloody murder, and it just shuts my whole shit down. It's a very old cyber power, so I think it's time to upgrade, but I don't have freaking $300 for like the one that I got for the rack. I'll have to keep an eye to the ground. Eye to the ground? I'll keep an eye to the ground. Ow! And see whether or not they come on sale. Sales time is the best time to get those backup, uninterruptible power supplies. UPS? That's the word. UPS. Bump. Bump, bump, bump. Bump, bump. Checking up on the windows. I didn't close anything since last stream, so I think everything's working. Hello. Do you mind if I say something, streamer? Yes. If you have to ask, yes, I mind. Yeah. Because people who say stuff are completely uninhibited on this stream. And I should know. I read the comments. Oh, I'm gonna be sniffly all day, unfortunately. It's just cold out. My neighbor has COVID. I don't know if I should test to see if I have COVID. I don't feel it, so I think I'm okay, but I'm certainly not being social, as I have been directly exposed. She was trying to like stay away from me, and her dog pulled her, and she fell over, and I helped her up. So I've been exposed to COVID for being a nice person and not letting my old neighbor let her dog topple her to the ground. Yeah, I'm 4 times vaxxed, and like 2 weeks ago I got vax number 4. So I'm more powerful than you could possibly ever imagine. I have all of the DNA. I got all of it. It's in my blood. I'm so tired. I could take a nap right now. How's your 5G coverage? It sucks, man. It's real bad. I don't know. This neighborhood is like a gully of. There's like a black hole for RF here. I had to get a new router in order to get Wi-Fi anywhere around here, and I have one of those old grandfathered in unlimited plans. So like I could stream directly to the cell network, and I wouldn't overrun my data because I don't have data. But it's really expensive, and I'm wondering why I'm paying it, because everything is Wi-Fi here. I'm so mad. I know what you mean, but I'm honestly using that as a springboard to start complaining about cell reception and my cell plan. As my LoRa, I can smell satellites now. No, there's definitely a mapping satellite overhead. You can smell that RF data coming off of it. If I go out to the main road, I get 5G. But here, yards away, I get nothing. So I've had to get cell boosters and stuff in here in the past. Luckily, everything's over Wi-Fi now, but yeah, it's Wi-Fi. Even though it says I've got full bar for whatever it is, Edge 3G. I don't know what the old one is. I don't know what it defaults back to. And one thing we haven't done is figure out how to mount this thing to the rail. We will have to figure that one out too. We don't necessarily have room for standoffs. We have a little room. Not much though. What up, Yonkers? We have a plan. I'm gonna stick to the plan. I'm gonna finish building this thing, figure out where we can put standoffs on it. We'll get this power supply rolling. I quadruple E? Where? Oh, what? Huh? Hey, wait, what? Let's get these out of here. These are the ones that don't. What do you call it? These don't cut off. These will spill all of the liquid in this project if they're unplugged. They're kind of dangerous to have around. Bleeps and bloops in my house. That's what I like. I like it. Like where it's going. My poor puppy's upstairs. Wish she could come down here and hang out, but she doesn't do stairs. She's too little. She's too much of a little. Yeah. One thing about House, they certainly get their money's worth out of the samples that they buy. Or generate or whatever. How far into your soul would you say? Oh, okay. Would you repeat that 100 times? That is what gets me about some of these House songs, is that they just so repetitious. I like the other stuff that's going on in the song though, so I'm gonna keep this one. Hopefully it'll give up on this once it gets to the drop. Please. I have a plan, chat. I have a plan, and I'm gonna execute that plan. Yeah. When you're dancing, you don't notice it. You don't gotta be on those substances. You could just be dancing. You could just be dancing and having a good time. Get high on life. I still need to like make the openings for these things a little bit more narrow, but because yeah, right now they spin freely and they shouldn't do that. I don't know. We'll see if we can get away with not making a new panel. What the? Did I cross-thread that? Oh, why is that? I cross-threaded it. There we go. Yeah, these are plastic, so they cross-thread really easily. Oh, I gotta make them face upwards. There. Having a quiet Friday today. I don't think we're gonna get as many viewers today. All the new streamer smell has worn off, and everybody's like, he's kind of actually a little stinky. He's a little stinky for a streamer. He's a little stinky. He's got some stank on him. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where the day brings us. We do have a plan, though. We got circuit stuff to do. Unfortunately, the variety is a little bit gone from the stream because we're concentrating on burning the subs. So at some point, I'll find something that I want to take apart, and maybe we'll take a look inside of it. I ordered another couple $100 in car parts last night, trying to shore up my brakes on my 1999 BMW. I got a lot of problems. And we've looked at that circuit board before for the ABS module on stream. Turns out that was the part that was working. But I got new soft lines, but they're not soft, they're stainless now. So I bought new whatever they are, the flexible lines, and then I bought a new master cylinder because the Euro parts place was having a sale. They had a sale. They had a nice price on an OE module. Not OEM, OE. Even though it's not original. The original one is $500. Hell no. But yeah, I was looking for rebuild kits. They don't have rebuild kits for the master cylinder. They just have completely new master cylinders. They don't even want the old one, it seems. So yeah, these will allow me to unplug the laser, because the laser is going to be water cooled, because why not? So I'll be able to unplug the laser, and then what does OE stand for? It's original equipment. It is not, what do you call it? What's the other term? OEM is original equipment manufacturer. So when they make a car, they say, hey, you manufacturers, you guys can build this part. Here's the specs. And the manufacturer goes, well, how can we do this cheaper? And so they make it a little bit cheaper. They make it out of slightly different materials because the manufacturer is buying like nice stuff because they have a reputation to keep up. The OEMs build stuff that's a little bit more cut price, right? But OE is not made by the original company. It is made to the specs. So it can be good, but still a little bit questionable as compared to what the original equipment was on the car. But if it's OE, it's OE. It should be all right for my purposes. My friends are particular about this kind of thing. My car buddies, they're very particular about that sort of thing. But like original equipment from the manufacturer is known to be very, very good. OE is very good. OEM can be questionable. It also depends on how long I figure I'm going to have the car. Cool. All right, so we got our fluid hookups. OEM might meet 120% of the specs, for instance. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess. You never see it, though. What's the point? What's the point of doing that? You're not making money. I'm all scraggly today. I don't know. I meant to wash my hair twice. I think I forgot to. I usually only do it once. Just one rinse through. Refresh that. I gotta pay for that. That's not there. Look at that. There's that thing. Hey, Wazoo. How you doing? You doing like? All right. Yeah, I think we're in good shape. We just gotta build the circuit that I drew. Then mount it. Then we have a power supply. There's dog hair. I found dog hair on the power supply, of course. Everything is dog hair right now. Everything is covered in dog hair. Kern, kern, kern. What is this music doing? It's just like burp, 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 burp. One time I bought cheap headlights for cars driving down a newly paved street with cones, and all you could see for 300 feet was wiggling headlights. Oh my God. Yeah, we did that whole headlight thing for my car, and I bought new fog lights that we need to figure out how to put a fan in, because the LED headlights are... Dog hair? The LED headlights are extraordinarily warm. They run very hot, and I would not like them to die, but I would also like their brightness and fidelity to match my headlights. So what I need to do, I need to put a little fan in the headlight assembly. So I bought a cheap headlight assembly. Yeah, dense foam. I've done that before. Actually, in a headlight. Actually, I've done that. What we did is we did JB weld. The foam just held it in temporarily, and then JB weld eventually solidified and made. We did projector modification in my old car for better lenses. The Japanese make wonderful, wonderful lenses for their projector headlights, whereas the Germans have kind of what is like the surface of an orange in the glass for their headlights. So you get new projector housings. You've got to do a little modification, and you get nice clean beams. Clean beam. 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 Huh. How are we going to wire this thing? This is going to be kind of difficult. The LEDs are kind of like mounted in a way that makes it a little difficult. We'll get it. We'll get it. We'll figure it out. I didn't sleep. I didn't sleep at all. I got interrupted. My sleep got completely and utterly interrupted last night because of diabetes. I ran out of insulin in the pod and I had to go get another one and then get insulin, and fill it up in the dark and do all that stuff. So I feel like my head is in a vice right now. It's wonderful. I love it. We'll get started soon, though. Once we get rolling, I think everything will kind of play out. We gotta do a little stuff with this. Gotta do a little stuff with that. We gotta put stuff together. We'll get it going. And then we'll be done the power supply, and we'll be on wiring, I guess, is the next task. I heard wiring is kind of a dangerous task, though. I don't know what that means, though. Nothing's ever happened to anybody who's been wiring stuff. Yes. The old AVE sign off. I've been doing it wrong. I've been actually just keeping my stick on the ice. That's what I've been doing. Oh man, that power supply is heavy as hell. It's like the largest part of this entire project is this power supply. I want to have good stable power. Watch when we power this thing on, it's going to screech, and I'm just going to get so annoyed that I have to eventually decommission it, and we have to use like a normal power supply. I don't want to do that. I mean, this is like a serious power supply. This thing could run like an actual robot, which it will be doing in its next iteration. But for now, I want to get it in service for burn the subs. Burn the sub's not really going to use all that much current. I mean, it does in comparison to like, you know, something that's low current. But I mean, for like 24 volts, 10 amps, that's a little much. 240 watt power supply just for 24 volts? Yeah, we don't need that. But we'll use a bunch of it. Yeah, that doesn't translate like that. That's not how that works. Oh, I'm sorry, 12.5 watts. There's a 12.5 amps. 300 watt power supply. We are not going to get anywhere near using a 300 watt power supply. That's just crazy. Also, a computer power supply would probably have been a better idea. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. LOL. LMAO. Oh well. LOL. I like this mix. I like this mix. Maybe you don't, but I don't care. I like my boom boom computer music. Phew. I'm trying to wake up. What do you guys got going on? This neighborhood, I saw a bunch of deer today, like yards and yards away, just casually walking through the street. between houses and the like, just with not a care in the world. This is like a little neighborhood in the middle of the woods, so we get stray packs of deer, but this is just a one individual deer, and Willow had her ears, of course, fully at alert. She didn't end up barking at it at all, but I mean, like, that's good eats, right? Well, she didn't help me out with it, so. But yeah, big deer too, big deer. DIY pick and place machines using a rep wrap. I saw a couple videos circling the drain, so to speak. Yeah, I saw a couple videos, but I haven't really sat down and watched them. I'm a little busy with the dog. Keeping the dog alive and happy. But then again, like, at the same time, I don't have much of a use for a pick and place. Like, I'm as much pick and place as I need. I'm not really like selling circuit boards for anything, which I probably should be, considering all of my peers do that. You know, I'm not manufacturing anything, so I don't really need a pick and place. Even if I was, I probably wouldn't really need a pick and place, because you can just, if you just parallel the task and you just very carefully place everything by hand, you can get through a lot of boards very quickly. The pick and place, a manual pick and place really helps out a lot. I have used one in the past for like a big LED project. What was the one that I used? Let's see if I can find it. Let's see if we can find that pick and place. Let's see if we can find that pick and place. Where's a window? Where's a window? Music was a little distracting. I want to turn it down a little. How's that? Let's see here. Images. Yeah, what was the one that I used? It was like, I think it was this one. Yeah, I think it is this one. So how much is it? MPP 21? $2,000. Oh my god. That was a vision system with it or something. And if you want to dispense your parts, it's $350. Jeez. Oh yeah, this is the oven that I used before too. It's got a nice big glass opening on the top. It's pretty cool. There's one version of this that just has like a conveyor belt, and it'll just pull the circuit through, or pull the board through, get it to temperature, and then it just comes out the other end, ready to go. Pretty cool. Yeah, this must be where the place that I worked for ordered this stuff. Because yeah, this is all that stuff. It's basically the arm helps keep you parallel to the table, so you can grab your part with a foot pedal, and it'll keep it on the little thing. You can rotate your control; it'll rotate the part, and then you can plop it down on top of the solder blobs, and then you put it into a little conveyor belt oven, and it comes out the other side. Done. Pretty cool. Best seller, and you've only paid. Oh my god. $7,000 for the whole setup. Jesus. You can probably find it used. eBay. Okay, I have no idea what this is. It's some kind of a controller. Tech pendant. What is it? What is a tech pendant? Christmas colored drawing hanging for mall dorm office. It's just a drawing. I don't think it's the ornaments. Oh, now all my results are going to be Christmas ornaments. All right, let's see. Perk and Fleur. $7,000. 3,000, 5,000, 3,000. Only $1,000. I can't afford not to get this one, and it has an Xbox controller. I can truly be a gamer. That's not an Xbox controller. Hold on a minute. Hold on, I know an Xbox controller when I see it. I don't think that's an Xbox controller. This is like $50 in... This is absurd. This is basically what we're gonna be building for Burn the Subs, just they have a different work head on the end. This is absurd. This is just go buy some, go to Open Builds and just buy stuff. Build it yourself, you freak. You freak. What are you doing out there? You're embarrassing us. I wonder how this thing scoots back and forth. It doesn't look like... Oh, I see. Yeah, it's got a belt that that goes down and then up to the motor over the pulley. I don't know if we got a tub bro on this one. It does kind of look like it does. This might be a tub bro situation. What happens when you put it into turbo? I wonder what those do in the application that controls it. There it is. It's Turgo. Oh my god, Turgo. They got Turgo to do this button. Cool. Yeah, we got a Turgo button. I know that's a B, but it kind of looks like a G. What are we doing with the Turgo feature? Only $1,000 for about $50 in frame parts and automations. I think I have the stuff on me aside from the plates to build this right now. It would just take a conceited... I would have to actually like put a bunch of effort into it, which I'm, you know, who wants to put effort into stuff? I mean, really. Yeah, I think I have most of the stuff to do this. The only thing I don't have is the vacuum line to make the suction to hold stuff up. Well, and then all it is like a big vacuum tip. And you can place your parts. This isn't a very straight up and down view, though. I guess the Xbox controller has been designed so that, you know, for gamers don't get carpal tunnel using it. So maybe it's a, hey, maybe it's a good interface. Look at the board I made. You can't make that, but look at the board I made. It does laser stuff too with the simulated laser beam. It can almost cut plastic. Odd. Oh my god, this is getting to be like weird, crazy, weird music. $900 for that though. That's a little crazy. Cause like what? Xbox XY table. I did it. I broke Google. I finally... Oh, there it is. Yeah, I guess there's no competition. That. There we go. Now I can read chat. Read chat and have a browser window open. A browser window. AliExpress. Let's look at what the cost of just an XY table is. This computer's being kind of slow. What's going on here? Uh-oh. Whoa, my video completely derped out. Hold on, I think I need to investigate what's going on with this computer before we get into the distracting stuff. Oh boy, oh boy. Task manager, help me. Nice PowerPoint. You shut up, you shut up. You shut your mouth. Chrome is using 1 billion megabytes of memory. Jesus Christ. 2 gigs of memory? Chrome? Is that what you like to do? Jesus. All right. Hey, guess what? Google Chrome will return next time. Give me that right-click menu, you jerk. Shift, right-click, close. Get the hell out of here, music and everything else. All right, we're starting over with Chrome. Chrome, what's new? Oh, I think maybe it needed to update. I think maybe it needed to update. All right, we're back. All my PDFs and crap have got to load. I'll go back to, we'll do a Halloween ball music. All right. That seems a little snappier. Do it not. Where's that? I just saw one that, yeah. $100 versus $900. $100. Oh, $1,000. Never mind. Why is this $1,000? What does this have that I don't? Huh? What is this? What is this crap? I guess it's made for heavy loads or something, but damn, $1,000? Kidding me? Yeah, maybe I'm overselling the. I mean, just go to like open builds. I guess they moved. They're no longer in New Jersey, which kind of sucks for me. Exactly. We only Bitcoin mine when the user doesn't update their software. Let's see what it's doing right now if it's using 2 gigs. Certainly is doing something. 500 megabytes. Memory leak, anybody? Jeez. I mean, like, oh, there it goes. Jesus, it's already up to a gig. I mean, you know, you have the memory, you might as well use it. How much memory do I have in this computer? Well, 40% is okay. Well, performance. Oh my God. Yeah, I've 15 gigs, 16 gigs of memory. It's good that it's using it. It's not that much. 1/16. Why so much CPU usage? OBS. I think OBS is using quite a bit of CPU when it does its decoding and stuff. Yeah, and it's also 4 cores. Yeah. OpenBuilds is a good website. They have their stuff ships fast because they're basically on my doorstep. Oh, they actually have OpenBuilds. We need to design my desk. I'm going to be using either this stuff or probably this stuff in order to build my desk. But it's not going to be silver. I'm going to get the anodized stuff. But this is basically 8020.net is where you buy if you're like an industrial setup. OpenBuilds is more for us. Lead machine. Probably lead machine. $2,000. IZ mod. I had a bunch of egg salad before stream. We'll see if I don't get sick in the middle of stream. Lasers! Yeah, look at those lasers. Four cores 17 years ago. Okay, that is actually funny. That is actually a little bit funny. There's a little bit of comedy in that. This place is great. $3 for a 250 millimeter aluminum extrusion rail that's 20 by 20 millimeter. Pretty good. I have a bunch of their stuff. We were gonna build the new burn the subs out of this stuff, but it didn't really work out. The linear rails are fine for now. I decided not to bite off way more than I can chew and not totally redesign our entire board all at once. So we scaled back a little bit, which is still a big project. I still took too big of a bite out of the updates to burn the subs. So what we need to do in the future, we need to actually do what I just saw, which is have the XY table controlled by an Xbox controller, as well as updating just everything. So we're working on that right now. Let me get the music out of here. Get the music out of here. Just need to, I need the rest of my web pages to load because I had to close Chrome and reopen it. I think this computer's due for a restart. I'm gonna very carefully end the music. Oh my God. I have to sign back into Night Scout. Well, I'm gonna do that later. The Heroku, the hosting site for the app that my glucose meter updates to, and the way that I'm able to distribute like glucose level data and stuff like that to all of you and my doctor, has gone paywall. They've gone pay. So you have to actually pay for the app, which, you know, makes sense. They were very widely used by the application and diabetics in order to store a lot of data. And so they're like, storage is not free anymore. You have to pay for it. And it's like, all right, fine. I mean, the apps that I'm running all of my diabetes stuff off of were free. So I feel like maybe I should donate some money to those guys. But yeah. 4 cores were 13 years ago. I don't think he meant for you to take it literally, man. I don't, you know, I feel like I could take that sentence and just put it at the bottom of the screen. I don't think he meant for you to take that literally, is kind of the catchphrase of the stream. You guys are so literal about everything. What are we doing? Well, I don't know. Why are you here? Get out of here. Leave. Nobody wants you here. God, why did you guys even come over here? I'm trying to have a private moment to myself, you know, on this broadcasting streaming platform. Actually, I've run into that before, where a small streamer was just streaming for like their friend, and somebody with like 1,300 viewers rated them. They got really mad, and then they got banned. Good times. That was a long time ago. Anyway, that was like the first Rob Oz raid. Anyway, so what are we doing? Why are we here? What is this place? What is this fresh hell? We are working on a project called Burn the Subs. Burn the Subs is a board, ba-bam, that's on my wall. What's in the jug? It's just instant derailment. That's a dry Irish stout that I brewed on camera a little while ago because I had the house to myself. We did a kitchen stream. I had to move all my stuff upstairs, and then it all broke. Hence the lull. Well, fine, whatever. Anyway, what are we doing? We're working on Burn the Subs. If you can see, I've actually stapled, and maybe blue tacked a whole XY table to my wall, and there's a piece of wood under the laser. That has been a staple of this stream for nigh on years. It's been years. It's been years since I've had it working, to be honest. We need to go back to that time when I was popular and we had viewers and stuff, and I had a board on my wall that actually had a blue laser coming out of it. What it does is it logs into the Twitch API and it waits. It waits for you guys to subscribe to this channel. It doesn't do that right now because the controller's like right here. But it waits for you guys to subscribe to this channel. When you do, there's a return JSON. If you know what that is, then you're a nerd. But there's like a return thing from the Twitch API that tells it all of your credentials, and it gives me your credit card number, and then I can charge weird stuff to it, which is why I have a bandsaw right here, because one of you guys gave me your entire credit card number with that Twitch API. No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't actually share anything too personal. It's just like account information and what you need to display basically the sub notification. So it does like, hey, here's their picture, and here's how long they've been subbed and their streak. All that information into the Raspberry Pi. It comes from the Twitch API. It's like a notification system. So when you sub, your name goes into the Raspberry Pi. Why? Why are we doing this? And the Raspberry Pi works on it. It basically populates it to a database that I maintain, and it keeps, and it sort of works. What I mean when I work on it, I'm skipping over a bunch of steps because there's a bunch of stuff that it has to do. It basically, in its own world, creates a virtual image of all the names that are already on the board, which, if you don't know the project, might be unfamiliar, but it will in a second. Makes a map of all the names on the board, and it tries to find a random location that doesn't collide with another name. Once that is determined, it will then make machine language that will describe how to create that name on the board. Then it checks to see whether or not I'm streaming, if I'm sitting here, because otherwise I can't record it. It will then send, if that checks out, it will then send that data over to something that controls the X and the Y axis. Now, we're changing what that send over to thing is. It's actually all going to exist in the Raspberry Pi, and the XY controller is going to be sort of like piggybacked onto the Raspberry Pi. That's what's called Clipper. Clipper is a system by which to have your not that capable microcontroller run a very complex physical system, like a 3D printer. Clipper's a wonderful thing. I've gotten familiar with it recently. It's nice that it has one setting file. You don't have to go through a million tabs like in other 3D printer softwares. So I've gotten familiar with Clipper. We've been using it on the printer to great effect. We will need to figure out how to get that working as an XY table. I don't think it's all that complicated, and I don't think it's all that unique of a project. We should be able to do that pretty easily. From there, we need to find like an API that will plug that into our Python program that already exists. So that's that 4-threaded thing that runs the board. And once we're able to do that, I need to make like a plugin or something that will allow me to use an Xbox controller to define this wonky edge. Now, a couple things I could actually do here. I could put a distance sensor on the axis and make that scan the board. We could have it just scan the board one day and figure it out. I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know. That would be kind of cool, but then I would need, well, then I would need more digital pins to be going in and out of my board. So how does that differ from BTS2? All the hardware, I mean, it's using the same motors, the same rails and stuff. It's a live edge board, so it's completely different. And Clipper, there's a lot of differences actually. You know, the setups are fundamentally very similar, but I gave the full numerical overhaul. I said, you know, BTS, this is going to be BTS3 because we're changing every facet of it. It's basically the same thing on paper, except every facet is a little bit different. So instead of what we did before, Klipper, yeah, it's Clipper. It's spelled wrong because apparently programmers can't spell. I don't know what's wrong with them. So anyway, this new system, everything is different just a little bit. I decided that garnered a completely new version because BTS1, BTS2 were subsets of just the basic board that's up there right now, functioning in different ways. We used what was called GRBL to run the XY table, which is a pretty capable system, Gerbil. Pretty capable system, but it's, as of 2019, it was no longer supported. So Clipper should be supported, even though we're not going to be updating the software during the run. It seems like it's a little bit more capable. And you know, if we have like ringing on the axis or something like that, I know that there are tools that can help compensate for that in Clipper. So that's the idea. Anyway, now that sounds like a lot. It's not really something that you embark on right away, right? I don't say, hey, I'm going to make this whole system and just press play right now. And then I code a bunch of lines of code and I hit enter and it all works. The way we came across the original Burn the Subs is piecemeal. We go one itty bitty bite at a time. And then by the time we're done, we've eaten the entire cheesecake and we feel like ass. That's essentially how we're going to do it. We're going to take little itty bitty tiny bites of this whole overhaul. That's what we've been doing. Just little bit by little bit, keeping the variety going and getting towards our goal. So people get a little frustrated sometimes with how slow things go on this stream. I'm doing this live. I did that, you know, we got a corgi puppy and she's adorable, but it's taken up a lot of my interstitial time between streams, right? So what was your XY board in 2.0? Huh? The boards were square previously. They were a bunch of boards that I glued together. Hey, Mr. Yan, how you doing? How you doing? But yeah, so I mean, I would love to fundamentally change the way that this thing is working. It's too much, and I need the board to be working. What I was going to do is one of those, what is it, Core XY? Is that, no, wait, what are the different types of, hold on, let's look this up. Different types of, well, I'll leave open builds open. I like open builds. Types of XY table. Types of XY chromosome. No, I have too many of those. XY table, Wikipedia, no. Types of XY, there's nobody's trying to answer this question. This question that I have. What is it called again? Types of, well, 3D, types of belt axis control things. I don't know. You answer it. No, I'm not interested in XY controller boards. And oh yeah, the XY, if that's what you're asking, you got me off on a tangent, but I don't know what XY controller it was. I bought something a long time ago. I meant to do EDM, electronic dance music machining, like electro discharge machining. I was gonna try in order to put like numbers on dice. I was gonna try to do that, and so I bought a very simple XY controller off of, I think it was Alibaba, but I can't really be sure. And it's so obscure that it's just, there's no information about it at all. We've run into this before when we were working on the original Burn the Subs. That's why having an SKR Mini 2, SKR Mini E3 V2, there's so many so many adjectives on that. That's why we have the 3D printer controller running this thing now. And unfortunately, the temptation is that there's 4 stepper motor controllers on that thing. So I could technically use it to run 2 axes at once, which could mean a camera axis, which is something that everybody thinks they thought of for the first time. And it's not. I don't do that because it's more fun to get a shot of the laser coming into view and doing the thing from different perspectives and angles, and it gets me up out of the chair so I don't end up getting blood clots and friggin' dying on Twitch. You're not allowed to die on Twitch, by the way. That's against TOS. What are the different types of XY tables? There was something that there's one that has just a lot of belts, and we were going to use that one because it seemed like it hid the belts nicely. And then the axis would have only been the laser. Only the laser. I forget what it's called. 4-way directional XY table. There it is. Let's see what they have to say for themselves. Yeah, see, this is the type that I was going to build out of the open build stuff. We were working on it. We got kind of close, but then I was like, you know what? Like, we have a lot of other stuff to do. Let's keep what I've already got. And I made it a little bit taller. And then we got that whole thing up. Dying on stream results in a 1-year ban. I'm immortal. I'll come back in a year. You'll see. Once my punishment is over, and I'll have more viewers. Yeah, so this is the type. I forget what it's called. Do they call it anything here? H-frame, maybe? But this means that your cart doesn't have motors on it. So you got the 2 motors, and then they run in weird ways in order to move the cart back and forth. That would have been a cool thing to do, but we're not going down that road at the moment. Also, the Delrin... Oh, here's the one that I was actually going to do. Yeah. This one's wild because it has like a crossover here. Core XY. Okay, so I was right. Or XY core, if you want to say it wrong. Yeah, this is what we were going to do, is a Core XY. Here, wait, this one. That's the one. Look at that. Beautiful. So yeah, you move the axes in different ways. Like the 2 motors move in conjunction with one another in order to scoot the axis around, which means that your axis is a lot lighter because the rail, the X rail, does not have to hold the Y motor. But anyway, we're not doing that. God, I ate way too much egg salad. I was trying to use up the eggs, okay? Anyway, so what are we doing today? Well, we got to work on the power supply for Burn the Subs. Burn the Subs, I've told you guys, it's an update. We're doing an update to all of the stuff that makes this setup work, right? The setup bothers me that you need to synchronize motors in order to move in a straight line. Yeah, it's a little weird, isn't it? I don't know, but it works. It works, apparently. It works really well. And, you know, it's a lot faster because you don't have that weight on your axis anymore. I don't know if that means that you get, like, ringing or whatever in your axis. Like, if you try to move in a straight line, I wonder if it's going to, like, deviate. I don't think it would much. Anyway, we've got to wire up this power supply because we got status LEDs and we finally figured out how they work, kind of. I got to find surface mount stuff to build all of this. Then we got to put it on 2 different circuit boards. So I got to build the power, the power supply board. PSU board. There it is. There's a PSU board, and then we have to do the LED panel, and then we have to interconnect it all. So, loves egg salad. It's, you know, got its merits, I guess. Am I off screen? No, that's where the screen border is. So I need to move chat over. Why does this window constantly pop back over? Did I move it? I don't know. Maybe I did that. Rotary access to the CNC with open build stuff. I have a rotary table. I would love to put motors on my setup over there, but the problem is like a CNC machine is loud. It's not like that thing's quiet, but it's loud, you know, when you start doing stuff like that. It would be nice though to be able to do like curves in the stuff that I machine, because I can't right now. So anyway, we got a little circuit stuff to build. This is the plan. This is the plan that I have. I told you I have a plan. And so this is what we need to execute. We need to build all of this stuff. Now we have a test for the LED panel, which has all the LEDs just wired to one another, and I provided it with current. So all the resistors are wrong. All the LEDs are exactly in the right place. We just need to get these transistor circuits going and then figure out what plug we're putting on it. I guess we're going to need a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, a 9-pin plug on this thing, and then we'll wire it up in the harness and all as well, right? Okay, all right. So yeah, let's get to work. Let's get to work, chat. You guys better be working, or else. Time to lean, you got time to, I guess, clean. I don't know, man. So anyway, this is the power supply, and we've made little progress on it. We did a whole planning stage yesterday, and I stopped early. Well, now we have a lot of work to do. I've created more work for myself by not doing it yesterday, which is okay, I suppose. There's a label maker. I'm going through my parts bins. I am working. Work more! Let's see. I will be needing resistors. I will be needing transistors. I will be needing all the istors. All of them. So I've got PNPs and NPNs and surface mount flavor somewhere around these bins, and I'll have to find them. Actually, I think I need to take a potty break. No, I'll be good for a little bit. Digital potentiometer. We don't need anything like that. Schottky diodes, no. Below the motor IC, no. Op amps, no. And then the rest of this is unidentified. It's just random stuff. What to do? This is a dangerous set of bins right here. Those are coils. Boy, howdy, do we not need coils right now. What are these? All kinds of stuff in here. No, they're not transistors, though. Digital potentiometer, it's a bank of resistors that you activate by speaking with the chip digitally. We're actually using the digital potentiometer in order to fool the steering wheel into thinking that I've plugged a literal potentiometer into the input. There's one NPN 2N3904 in there. That's encouraging. There's just one. It's just one lonely transistor sitting in there. And I need two. I need pairs. Slow down. I'm detrimental to the productivity. Look at that. It's just one. Yeah, they've been around for a while. They're useful when they're useful. I don't know what else to say. I guess, like, if you're trying to do like a slow analog output, I mean, mostly the only applications that I've found for them would be if you're trying to calibrate like a what is it, like an amplifier going into like a, I guess, you know what, as volume controls and amplifier controls and stuff like that. But I mean, you could also just do an A to D, I suppose. Do you have an inductance meter? I bought an LRC meter because I had to for the steering wheel project. I needed an LRC meter. The multimeter didn't do coils. I think a lot of multimeters will do coils now, though. Nothing there. Opto isolator, max 308, accelerometer. I don't need anything like that. I need transistors. Logic NFET. Well, maybe we could put an NFET in there. That doesn't, yeah, it's a logic NFET. That's an N-channel field effect transistor. I need a new, yeah, their multimeters be crazy these days. Mine is old, but it's also a tank. You know, you can't hurt it. I need to use a bathroom. I'm gonna put up a BRB. You guys be patient with me. I got very little sleep last night because my my insulin pump ran out of insulin and decided to become a screaming banshee in the middle of the night. So I'm kind of out of sorts today. But we're gonna be building circuits, which is just pretty much my wheelhouse. So okay, yeah, let's put up a BRB. Overlays. I'm a human being. My name is Anakin. No, wait, no, it's not. I have a different name than that. You guys get a little bit of Control Shift T. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Where'd my Mixcloud page? I closed the Mixcloud page. That was a boneheaded move, Bother. It was the last big mistake you'll ever make. All right, there we go. I know, I'm like standing here with my mouth open, like. I'll be right back, okay? You guys, take it easy. I'm like going to lock my computer. It's not how this works.
When I hold the way I'm shaking now, I know it's real. Slow down, I tell myself, oh, I want to shout it out. I want, I need, I know. This is all I want. I need, I know. This is our time.
Wow, I unmuted just for that, huh? All right, I'm back. Let's do this. Let's get back to work. Back to work, everybody. Back to work. Back to work. Man. Okay. Music. Music out. I didn't get my usual prep. Pause. Yeah, what is tomorrow looking like? I don't know. I may not. I don't know. Should I? Shouldn't I? Hold on. Let me get BRB out of here. Where is that? That's overlays, BRB. I really do want to do a gaming stream, but, you know, it's like, what'll I do? Because I don't. I have, the steering wheel setup is here, but it's going to take a little bit of setup for me to get it going. As much as I would love to do more rallying with my summer car, because I would very much like to get to the big boy rally, but I'm just not fast enough. I'm just not fast enough. In addition to that, I mean, we could do Jedi Knight 2. That's one that I've been meaning to play more of, but I think maybe we're not going to do games tomorrow. I think maybe I'm going to just take some time tomorrow and get my shit together, because it's not together right now. Yeah, I think I'm going to forego tomorrow, and we might go for a little while today. We might go a little late today. That's why I'm not in a rush to get started. I have a lot of work to do, both on and off camera. So, yeah, I think no Saturday, and we'll be back on Tuesday. But is my shit distributed? I don't think that's any of your business. Okay, let's get back to this. We got to build a power supply, and in order to do that, I need to find transistors. Just simple little switching transistors is what we need in order to run all of the status lights, basically. We don't have to put status lights on anything, but it's nice at a glance to know that everything is functioning on your setup, especially because this thing is something that's going to be active 24 hours a day, you know, waiting for return on the Twitch API. It doesn't mean it's going to be burning subs all day, because when I stream, I activate it and then it burns subs. But what it means is that I need to, at a glance, see that it's definitely has power, and then I need something at a glance up on the control part that tells me that it is connected. This thing just buzzed at me again because it can't reach the REST API, the Heroku app uploading thing. I need to pay them money now. So anyway, let's take a look through parts. We need to find NPNs and PNPs. Now I did find an NPN, but it was one. There was one NPN. Now I've got a PFET and an NFET. There's a PFET, NO191. I don't know if I want to use FETs though. Field effect transistors work a little bit differently. MOSFETs, they're not necessarily metal oxide semiconductor, but FETs, MOSFETs, they're just a little bit different. Was that the 2N3904? Yeah, there's one singular 2N3904, which is what we call a jelly bean part. Jelly bean parts, oh, what's a quad PNP? That's a big waste of space. I only need 2 PNPs for this whole thing. In a pinch, I guess I could use that. But anyway, yeah, so 2N3904 is one of those general purpose transistors. If we're looking to switch something, for instance, an LED, 2N3904 is a very easy one to grab. Yeah, I'm in the Northeast. I'm in Philly. Opto-up-coupler PFET microcontroller? Okay. TO92 temperature. These are really good, by the way. These DS, the Dallas Semiconductor one-wire temperature sensors. Very versatile. Motor ICs, high-speed amp, logic NFET. Well, that's a logic capable, so 5-volt on and off. Can't try these some. Listen, I don't want the people watching my stream to think for 1 second that it's anywhere within the realm of normality to be driving over here with parts for me. That is LDO, low dropout regulator, wire clamps. Plus, I mean, geez, this is just the tip of the iceberg. You have a scrap bin where you could desolder one? Of course. On my way. You get back to New Jersey. I cannot abide lowering the population of New Jersey. You stay there. You stay contained. right, so nothing there. Keep going. We just keep going. These are miscellaneous, so I don't actually know what any of this stuff is. I have an idea, but an intrepid viewer, and if they are here, please remind me that they did this. They sent me it was basically a pill bottle filled with electronics. It was from SparkFun. It was like a grab bag of like stuff that they rejected for putting into their own circuits and stuff, and it had a lot of very interesting things in it, and I organized it. So that's where some of the unknown bins come from. Good luck keeping me in New Jersey. Once ran through Newark Airport. That's all I've seen of New Jersey. New Jersey is a very pretty state, except for the toxic waste dumps, of which it has more than any other. They don't call it the Garden State for nothing. It's not bad. I don't mind it. There are worse states, but you know, as a Philly native, I'm obliged to give it shit. Obliged? Obligated? I don't know. One of those words. You know how those work, those words. They use those words all the time. Those words that describe things that people use to form sentences. Running to bring stuff is a lot of water. Yeah. The problem with exiting New Jersey is that they charge you. They don't charge you to enter. They only charge you to leave. What do we got over here? Oh, I almost spilled out a bunch of capacitors. These are clocks and stuff and things. And big 120 ohm resistors. I'm just striking out on PNPs and NPNs. I think I have a whole bin of you know what? That's what it is. There it is. There they are. Transistors. I got a whole sample book of them. There they is. I'm just gonna look to make sure that I've got what I need here. Next thing we need is well, actually 1K ohm resistors, which are already up there. We already have the 1K. We're not gonna do special, like, you know, 1.2K. We don't need to do that. We can just throw a big old transistory doodle onto a 1K. We'll be good. Just kind of digging a little bit here just to see if there's any surprises. Nah, no surprises. All right. Cool. Words hypnotize. Okay. So the 10Ks and the 1Ks are what we plan to do. I'm just going to put a... Oh, we need a 100K as well, don't we? We need 100Ks as well. Oh my god. 3904. 2N2222222222. There's 3906 and 3904. Cool. Okay, so 3906 and 4 are going to be our buddies. I believe one is NPN, the other is PNP. We'll look that up, obviously. There are transistors right there. We got our 10Ks and our 1Ks right there. I need 100Ks, and I need to put these things away before they fall over and explode. Because when these bins fall, they open. And when they open, they distribute parts everywhere. And so I've also got to find... I thought it would be a really cool idea to put all of my resistors in individual bins. It wasn't a cool idea. It took a lot of work, and there's not a lot of benefit from it. Well, part of that, if it was that convenient, it would ruin the show. We're having fun looking through parts bins. There's a... I don't know. It's fun to remind myself of the stuff that I've got around here. Hate toll roads. I want you to avoid them, not like driving in the Northeast. Yeah, we can't really avoid a lot of toll roads here without taking a really circuitous route. All right, let's see here. We had a Radio Shack until just recently around here. Radio Shack was never useful. They don't have surface mount parts there. Come on. They never did. You could probably buy something that had the surface mount parts on it. But apart from that... Okay, 100K should be on this one. There it is. 100K. I need 2 of these. So I'm just going to take the 2 out. Where are my tweezers? Where'd my tweezers go? Where are they gone? What did you do with them? I blame you, chat. You guys did something to my tweezers, and I'll never forgive you. Okay, there we go. So I'll just get 2 of these guys here. 0805 is the size that I keep in stock. 0805 is a nice big resistor, and it matches up to the 0.1-inch holes pretty nicely. Now, these are round holes on these things, so I don't know. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. Anyone in California know where one could buy Pico Ws locally? Micro Center. Remember when Radio Shack wasn't just answering machines, cell phones, and RC cars? No. I don't think it ever wasn't. Wait a minute. What are you talking about? Toll roads were sold to us as temporary? I'm sorry I wasn't around in the 1950s to realize that. The TV didn't used to have advertisements on it. Cable. Remember when cable was supposed to be ad-free? Alright, put all this stuff away that I don't need. I'll need the 10Ks and the 1Ks, though. What's up, Mahalo? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? We finally have a plan. We have a plan on what we're building. We're going to build it. Just putting all this stuff away so I can actually reach the thing that we're going to be building on. Header pins can go up there. Bada bing. All right, let's go. TV antenna. We used to have an antenna turner in the attic. I used to be the TV antenna turner, which means that I went up to the television and hit the antenna turner. I was also the remote control. My brother would make me change the channel. That's probably why I hate people. Yeah, Micro Center would be your best bet. Fry's doesn't exist anymore, which we found out that very, very spookily, the logo that I came up with, my little chip, is like almost exactly the Fry's Electronics mascot, which I didn't even know Fry's had a freaking mascot. Rent cable for the weekend. Oh, yeah, where the cable box would decode it. I was always wondering if there was some like cheap electronics trick that I could do to get Cinemax working. I'm of that generation that knows how to view softcore pornography when the vertical stabilization is missing. Apparently there was like a little like a trick that you could do with like a resistor or something. I'm trying to get, there's a little bit of UV glue on the desk. I was just trying to peel it up. Parents had TV remote control when I was a kid. Yeah, me. Yeah, exactly. Then for a while you had the ones that were on a wire. He's wearing a wire. 0805 resistor. Very blurry. There it is. So these are the 1Ks. Those are going. I have a plan. I have a plan, Chad. I have a plan. I have a plan. I know where they go. I have a plan. I have a plan. The 100 kilo ohms go on the power supply board. Oh, I guess those are pulled down weekly through 100K. I thought that was going to go on the other one. I guess not. Okay, so those will go on the power supply board. Okay, so that's right in front of us. So power good and 24, we need to bridge. Let's take a look at what we're up against. Oh my God, it's infinite regression. I like putting the computer, like when I'm drawing stuff and looking stuff up, I like having that on the monitor that I'm facing. The other monitor down there. So for a while, all my thumbnails look like this. I think it might be useful for me to move that monitor arm up here so that I've got both monitors sitting on the top deck. That way, it looks like I'm more attentive. It looks like I'm actually looking at the stream when I do stuff. I'll have to do that at some point. It means organizing a little bit, which is always tough. 2 buttons, change channel and mute. Ultrasonic? Whoa. The dog hated it. Wasn't that ultrasonic then, huh? It was barely ultrasonic. I didn't know they did that. It's wild. Jingle your keys to change the channel. Yeah, no, we had for, you know, because like I guess my brother and I always had the old TV, so we had like the wired remote control, or just none at all. We were fancy though. We had an actual keypad on the TV. That was nice. So you could just punch in the channel that you wanted to get. All right, so bomb. So that's our 100 kilo ohms. I got to put these in a spot where I'm not going to lose them, which doesn't exist. And then we've got this. I don't like that I'm advertising whoever the hell this is. It's like, get out of here. Die. Die, random whatever. There. Good enough. So, okay, what we did for the test in order to figure out whether or not we could get enough light into these things is we just wired these all up in parallel, and then I put power into them. So we know power is on the left, ground is on the right. Try to remember that. Maybe I'll prompt myself in order to do that later, but we need to desolder all this stuff. So let's get the iron out. That's not the tip that I want. We're going to be doing surface mount, so this tip is definitely not going to cut it. Screw you, DIY. I want to DIY less. DIY wireless. DIY wireless. I don't know why infrared was, I guess because it's so low power, but it became the remote control standard. I wish they'd done RF, because, man, infrared sucks. It's so bad. And it's just cheap. It's low power and it's cheap. Infrared LEDs grow on trees, kind of. And it's deceptively bright. People think that you can use your cell phone in order to look at whether or not like a remote is outputting infrared, and you see this very faint, like purple. Well, the reason that you see that is because that infrared source is blasting a lot of infrared out. It's deceptive. Every single camera, every digital camera has an infrared filter on it. Every one. People say, use your front-facing camera because it doesn't have a filter. That's a lie. It's a blatant and stupid lie, because they need to have that filter. The sensor in that camera interprets infrared as a blue or a purpley kind of thing, and it throws all the color correction off. So if you don't have it on there, everything looks a little weirdly washed out. And I've seen this firsthand because I've taken apart cameras, and they all have those filters on them. They all do. Can't get away from it. Yeah, for some photography, people will take them off. And also, you can, if you want to just like photograph in infrared, I believe you can use, if you take that filter off, you can use like a floppy disk as an infrared filter. You can put a flashlight behind it, and it will emit infrared light. You know those floppy disks that everybody has? That people have definitely seen in the last 10 years? Those things? Yeah, you can also remove the infrared filter and take and put on like an infrared only filter. You have to remove the one and then add another one, and then you can just take photography. You can just take photographos. You just take photos in infrared, and it's weird and ghostly looking. Just don't take it to the beach, because you'll be violating quite a few laws. They can see through some clothing. It's not good. I had to do a lot of research on this because part of my I had to. No, I actually did have to. We used infrared tracking on my capstone project in college, so we had to put infrared emitters onto a dancer and have them dance around, and then that allowed them to interact with a flash video live that was projected behind them. New IT guy not to put backup takes on his desk next to his mobile phone. He's young enough that magnetic media is new to him. I don't see why that would be. Well, the speakers in the phone would be the largest magnetic things in the telephone itself. I mean, let's put that to the test right now. Put that to the test right now. Exhibit A. Rare earth magnet. Exhibit B. They're actually not exhibits. Magnet viewing paper. Telephone. Check. There's a magnet there. You can see that very clearly. You can see the poles of the magnet. If you hold it up sideways, sort of, you can see the ends. I think this I may need to get a new sheet of this stuff because I think some of the ferrous stuff has been pulled off of it. But yeah, you can see the magnet very clearly like that. Okay, so that's the example of a rare earth magnet. Back of the cell phone. Only real thing we're seeing here is the speaker. So there's the speaker. Anything else going on? Not really. Not seeing it. So it's not incredibly unsafe as long as their speaker doesn't get near it, and as long as they have this model of phone. Oh god, this is freaking out. It's freaking out. It's freaking everything out. Nah, there's nothing there. Sides, probably up here. No, I don't even see the phone speaker. It's really only this one down here that gets close to the edge. You do it during a call. It's not going to create magnetic energy during a call. I can guarantee you that right now. There's not going to be an excess of magnetic energy. It's going to be RF energy, which shouldn't affect magnets. Magnets will affect it more than anything else. Is magnetics are one of the strong forces, right? Yeah, and that's true. The radio is on at the moment. It's doing as much transmitting as it probably normally would. Although I didn't do it long enough for it to, I think, buzz the tower or whatever it does. Okay, anyway, back to resistors. Back to this. My stomach is like, I can't believe you've done this. How much egg salad did you eat? I'm like, look, I need to use up eggs. They were gonna go bad. They were gonna go bad. Now I'm gonna go bad. I'm gonna start farting. Yeah, they do ramp up the power output, but I mean, you're not gonna see that on magnetic paper. So while I think it is harmless that the intern has the cell phone on the table with the magnetic storage media, it's possible that the phone would get moved or bumped or, you know, displaced in such a way as to have the speaker magnet, which is going to be the strongest magnet on the thing, and the only thing that's going to harm that magnetic tape, aside from dust, it might come into contact with one another. So it's bad practice. So while I agree for different reasons. Different reasons. Magic of desoldering braid. Ready? You get out of here. It came back. This iron isn't as super powered as the other one, so it just takes a little bit longer to heat up through the thing and actually get to. Now, I guess I want to keep all 4 of those, but we do want to remove the resistors and desolder the pads that were soldered, because we need all the room we can get. We got a lot of circuits that have to go into this thing. I wonder if we should put all the transistors on this board. Well, it's not like I don't have like real estate for all this stuff on the other board. Just getting rid of a little excess. All right, these guys gotta go. For the desoldering, I probably should have left the other tip on here. With surface mount resistors, they transmit heat fairly well a lot of the time. So if they're on the size order of 0805, the desoldering technique is to just trick it into having both ends be molten at once. So you can see me, I'm passing from pin to pin, and then I'll brush it with the iron in order to brush it away. Brushy, brushy. I don't know, it's between these two, so I need to desolder the ones on the outside. On the outside. So yeah, we're just gonna hang out and build circuits today. You guys might get a couple techniques from this. I appreciate you guys interacting and asking questions today, because for the most part, we've come up with our plan, so it's not like there's a lot going on there mentally. And I can give you guys the time that I don't normally do. What temp do I have the iron at? That is at 630 degrees Fahrenheit. You will have to do the conversion on your own into civilized measurements. Bada bing, bada bingus. So these two and these two. So these two go. So I'm prepping this board for the next phase, which is to make it into an actual indicator board. One thing I'm wondering is whether or not I want to have a, is that Actually something under there? Oh wait, there's something under this one. So yeah, it's just this one. I'm actually wondering if I need to put like a API connect, like a ready light on the side. I want to watch, but I have to wash some dishes. Wow. Wow. That's what I mean to you? Man. All right, I guess, you know, wash the dishes then. I'll just be over here trying to be entertaining. More entertaining than dishwashing. I totally understand. I totally understand. Strike while the motivation is there. Oh, bother guy runs a neat stream, but he's not as fun as washing dishes. I'll tell you that much. I had a bumper sticker for my car that says I'd rather be washing dishes. It's not a value. I know, it's the comedy is taking it as a value judgment. No, man, you do your stuff, man. You get stuff done. You be productive out there. Do us proud. We'll be here, not washing dishes. Some of what? Wait. Desk phone would be more harmful to magnetic media than a cell phone. Oh yeah, because the magnets in the receiver and the bell. The old-timey bell, the dinglings. I feel like I should be saving these resistors, but they're surface mount resistors. They are disposable. They really, really are. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful live desoldering going on here on Twitch. It's a thing of beauty. That one, this one. Also, we can be back at square one. Every time I do stuff like this, the back of my head is like, you could just design a circuit board for this, dude. I'm like, no, there's not enough function. It's too much effort to design an entire circuit board. It's like, dude, but it's $5. $5 and you'd have 5 of them. Like, no, I can't. I just can't. I wonder if I should turn the 12 volt or the 24 volt indicator into an API indicator. Oops, I'm gonna have to resolder that one. Like an API OK indicator that'll go up to the Raspberry Pi. Because that would probably be a little bit more useful. And then of course I'd need to do the dual filament print again. Ooh, I'm gonna have to resolder all of that. I gotta go to the other side for that. Because then at a glance, I can see the side of the board and see that everybody's connected and happy. I think I want to do that. I think I want to do that. Now, I could also just add more indicators, but then I'd have to figure out what the measurement on that is and redo this board. You know, starting to think that maybe, owie, this is really hot. That's what I'm starting to think. Ow, it hurt. I think it's really warm. It hurt my fingies. Yeah, I want to add like a Twitch API connection LED to this. So let's open up Fusion. Let's open up Fusion. Let's do a little CAD work for this before I solidify this design, because we are what got me thinking about this was talking about making a circuit board, and I was going to talk about how mobile and sort of how plastic our design is right now, because we're able to make changes on the fly. And that got me to thinking of me just existing in normal day-to-day and being able to glance at this thing and have an indicator that it's on the Twitch API, which wouldn't be in the same spot as all the other power supply indicators. So I think what I'd like to do is add a Twitch API indicator in that same spot, and then we can give it blue LEDs as opposed to the orange for the powers. So it'll be blue, and then all the other ones will be orange, and they will have text on them that I can read. So let's see. Oh, and then I can fix the spacing of the cutouts, which is, that drawing is a mess. It's actually kind of a complete mess. So let's maybe open up Fusion. I haven't done that in a while. It's gonna have to update. It's gonna my whole setup, all the frame rates are gonna go to crap in just a second here. Yoink. Move this over to the other window. That way I can work and it doesn't look like I'm looking at my belly button. Fusion is starting. It's okay, there it goes. There it goes. And then we can make, oh, I got to do this. Hold on. Back to face cam. We can make, we can move stuff around on this board because we know the size of this board and we know the location of at least one of the rows of the perforated prototyping board. So hold on. Any reflection in my glasses that I need to worry about? No. God, I'm like sleepy in that way that's like pervasive. I need more, I don't know if more caffeine doesn't do anything for me. I need a Red Bull is what I need, but I don't have one. Not about to order one. I'm not going to pay $60 for one Red Bull, you know? Those delivery services are such a freaking ripoff. It's ridiculous. Just get in a car. What do I need? I need a code. I need a code. A special secret code that starts with a 4. Oh God, that just changed. See if I can get that right and just enter. There it is. I'm pretty sure it's not open on my desktop, Fusion. I'm pretty sure. Suspend a remote Fusion session because there's no more sessions running that are allowed for this account. Boop. I'm only allowed to have one session. Could you imagine if you're just working at your office, like on AutoCAD, and somebody suspends your session? Like, hey, because it really doesn't. Yes, I typed in the chat as a joke. You guys are so literal. That was never a thing. That's the thing, is that was never a thing. Those big LED walls that they had for like computers, that was like an art project, if I recall correctly. This is gonna update, so it's gonna hobble the computer for a minute. Really? Yeah, because it gives all the agency to the other person logging in, that's not a terrible thing, because actually, you know, the reason that it flagged mine as being bad was because the computer was shut down without closing Fusion properly. But yeah, you got to be connected to the internet in order to use your thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're too literal. They don't get the Hunter 2 joke. God, why this thing keeps... Yes, I get it. This thing can't upload because Heroku decided to start charging people for their space. So I need to pay so that the remote blood glucose level server works. So I got to pay $5. And I haven't done that yet, and I'm not going to do it on... What is this thing doing? Hello? 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 Hi. Yes, hi. It's me, your design. Could you please... Well... Doopity-doopity-doo. I'm pulling a Rob Oz and updating while streaming. I think the Hunter 2 joke is required in order to be on the internet, right? You can't not get that joke. This is absolutely fantastic because the software barely works like this. I'm going to open this design. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to start working, even though my frames are freaking dead. Normies, get off my board. This is my IRC channel. Actually, wait, Twitch chat is an IRC channel, so you're all IRC nerds now. Oh my God, it's slow. Because of the way I've set up all the windows here, I'm in a fairly restricted window. When we do circuit design in Fusion, they like to use all that side space on monitors. We don't have that with the setup. So my side windows like crunch the design down to be like a little tiny thumbnail. Oh yeah, Blood Ninja. I remember Blood Ninja. Oh my God. Are you actually 1%? All right. All right, here we are. Blue bar simulator. Oh wait, no, they made it a circle, so it's not as aggravating. Obscure Rare. I still remember your name. How you doing? Long time no see. 48 months, the 47-month streak. That is a lot of time to just let Twitch do the... Man, dude. Obscure Rare, good to see you. How am I doing? I ate too much egg salad. That's how I'm doing. And I didn't sleep. I didn't sleep because of diabetes shit going on. 7, 8%. Oh my God, bonk. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. This is the design file for the Burn the Subs control panel. 48 months of Amazon vampirism and kindness. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I appreciate it. Oh, it's slow. No, don't. Okay, I gotta Control Z that. Things aren't precisely locked down in the design right now. Okay, so here's the three-dimensional design. Now I made it look kind of similar by doing this. This print, I have to change filaments in order to get the sort of clear plastic on it, and then that diffuses the light, and it also holds up the label in front of it. But let's add one to this. So I'd like to add another oval on top of all of these. So I will have API 5 volt, 12 volt, 24 volt bus, and then sus. Sus is just the ACOK indicator. And then I will get to printing that. Basically, you tell Prusa to stop at a certain point, and it'll stop at that point, and then you flip over to the other filament and purge the stuff that's already in the nozzle, and then you have it print until it does it again, and then you do the same thing. You purge the nozzle, and then hit go again. Okay, it's a pain in the butt, but it actually had really nice results. And we were able to get these very clear indicator panels. One thing that I was thinking about whether or not I wanted to do is add a side mount to these blocks so that this block would attach to the back panel of the control board. The block would attach to this panel, right, with its own bolt. And then, like this, I would have a side adjustment for the height, like everything else. So I'll probably do that before we actually implement that. Printing that is going to be a bit of a challenge, though. Where would that print from? How would I print that? I mean, I guess I could just print it with support structure that goes all the way up to the little tab, but dial-up BBSs. I never did those. I started with AOL America Online. Yeah, I started with AOL because I had a Macintosh when I was a kid. I had Macs. I had old Macs from family members. Okay, so we need to get Olmac. Watch out for the temple guards. All right, so we're all the way at the end of the timeline here. The Fusion 360 works in kind of a timeline, and this drawing is basically begging for the sweet release of death. I should have made a bunch of individual files in order to create all of these solids, but basically the pattern that I use for creating stuff in Fusion 360, and this has worked for me on some occasions, is to drag all of the physical objects that you want to model around into your design in one big block. Everything that you're putting in goes in at the beginning of the drawing. Then you lock everything in place so that if you want to move it in the future, you actually go into this little step right here, the little positioning step, and that means that you can move that object and the solids you've designed around it will move accordingly. I didn't design any solids around this thing, so it's kind of an exception. That's why it's all the way over here. But yeah, insert all your parts, then position them. From there, you can then design the bodies, all the stuff that we're actually going to be 3D printing. You make a sketch on a surface and then extrude that out in order to create all of the bodies. Where are all the bodies in this drawing? Oh, there they are. Bodies. So all the individual pieces that we're using in order to sort of throw this thing together are here. You right-click that, and then you save as mesh, and save it exactly as it has the settings in there by default, and you can move that into your slicer program and then 3D print. So the way that process works is by putting all those solids in there. The drawings are on a surface that doesn't, get altered if you, for instance, move the power supply upwards a little bit. I would go into that step, move it up, then my extrusions would actually follow. The program tries to reconcile what you're doing and how it goes together algorithmically based on the steps that you've used in order to create it in the first place. So you can project lines and points from your objects you're designing around, and then design from, surface to surface in that way. And if everything's tuned up right, it actually makes for a very pleasant and fun process. I have turned around my opinions on 3D printing due to it. I use Fusion 360 because it looks good. I mean, look at this. This almost looks like the real thing, but it's cartoony enough that I can do all the designing around it and see what's up. I very much enjoy the visual aspects of Fusion 360. I'll be moving my 1080 FTW into this computer, and then it'll be a little bit less of a bottleneck graphically, even though this really isn't stressing the graphics card. I would love it if somebody would make a VR plugin for Fusion, though. That would be absolutely awesome, is to be able to use the index to like look at your design in 3 dimensions, and then you could like design some boobies, and then you'd be looking at boobies in VR. It'd be awesome. Anyway, so let's get another oval on this thing, and this is where everything just goes completely haywire, because when you extrude solids, what you do is you choose closed-in areas. So whether it's a face of an object or whether it's an enclosed area in your sketch, in your drawing, right? When you move around those enclosed areas, the software does not know what your intentions are, basically. It looks at it and it goes, this enclosed area is no longer what it used to be, so I'm just going to include this, and it'll totally screw up your entire design process. You have to go through individually to the steps and reconcile that. It's not a hard thing to do, and it's actually one of the big advantages of the software is if you move something, it's supposed to basically like compensate for that. And then if you're really crazy, you can use variables in your measurements, and then you can go in and change that variable. Oh, the clearancing isn't enough. Let me change this one variable, and then everything follows suit. You don't have to go back into your drawing and say, I'm going to move this just a little bit out. Instead, you go into the equation that represents your drawing, and you go, I'm going to move this with a number, and it does it. It's pretty cool. So yeah, assuming that you do things that way from the start, you pretty much have to have an idea of what your final thing is going to be. So for the creative process, things can get a little bit ridiculous, like here. And a BBS in Wisconsin back in the early 90s. Takes note in FBI book. All right, so we have a little bit of room here. We can push these down, and we can also figure out, this is going to be painful, figuring out how to get these to line up to the rows of the perforated prototyping board. I don't exactly have a 3D model of the perforated prototyping board, and while I could do that, this looks like a generic industrial website, but it is one of the largest resources. My mouth feels like it's full of dog hair, and it might as well be. Because I kissed my puppy. This is GrabCAD. It looks like a generic manufacturing website that you wouldn't give a second thought to. And it is. It's just that they bought, oh God, why isn't this scrolling anymore? They bought this huge database of personally created 3-dimensional models. So if you go to community and you go to library, all of a sudden, you've got that insane resource at your fingertips. So people are modeling all kinds of garbage in this program, whether it's stuff they're going to build out of metal, whether it's stuff they're going to 3D print, whether it's 3D printers they're going to build out of 3D print. There's a lot of stuff on here, and I wouldn't put it past them to put perforated prototyping board. This is how we found basically all of the... I don't like this. I don't like that. I don't like that one. Perf board. That's a little bit more like it. So, I mean, I could technically pull perf board into the drawings such as they have done here and get the holes in the right spot. And that would take a little bit of the pressure off of us in terms of positioning the ovals. I could probably do that. Or we can take one of them as our sort of our what do you call it? Our datum point. And go from there. That's not even the perf board, is it? What do you call, what are they calling it? They call it perf board in there, huh? Just pattern the holes yourself. No! Fusion hates that kind of stuff. It really does. PCB. It's gonna be 1,000 things. That was a dumb search. Oh, but I found prototype board. If I can find one that's pretty enough, I'm just gonna take it. Yeah, see, this is the type. This is the type. I mean, you can also just make it in the PCB editing software too, yeah. No, see, okay, here's the problem with doing that. If I start down that road, I'm just gonna wanna make a full PCB, and I don't wanna do that. I don't wanna do that with this, that's too intense. But I'm gonna do it. If I start it, that means I'm just gonna do it. And I don't wanna do it. I don't wanna do that. I don't wanna design a whole circuit board. Yeah, when you do a lot of patterned like holes and stuff, it really would appreciate a texture more. It doesn't like that, and I wish there were better resources for that sort of thing. There are user plugins that kind of help with that stuff. You have to look for it in the market though, in the Fusion 360 App Store. So I think one of these, probably this one, would be one that we're gonna. How the hell is a CAD software? Look, man, if you for Julian's Norn, which he says he doesn't really use that much anymore, I'm gonna see. I should see if he wants to give it to me, because if I can just get the Norn to make like weird ambient techno in the background of the start of the stream, then I don't have to worry about copyrights, because the Norn will auto-generate melodic sounds and weird stuff. It's a Raspberry Pi with an OLED screen on it. It's called a Norn, and it does MIDI manipulation and sound creation for sort of procedural or just randomly generated, I guess, like music stuff. It's actually kind of a neat, cool tool. Well, I made a 3D printed enclosure for Julian's Norn, and part of the 3D printed enclosure, because it's a Raspberry Pi, it needed air holes. You know, it'd suffocate if we didn't put air holes in it. So what I did is I put a bunch of hexagonal openings on it. Fusion did not like that. It did not like that one bit. Create as an individual project that you can use on this and future projects. No. Trick is to do it outside the sketch. Well, what I'm going to do is download this, and then I'm going to make my own cut version of that, where I just press pull the different sides of the board in order to recreate this board that I know fits into the into that opening. Teddy Minator, Teddy Minator. Thank you for the Prime. 3 months of it too. Jeff Bezos is gonna go buy a $15 cheeseburger, and he gets to the register and he's like, Teddy Minator, because he can't afford to. He doesn't have $15 anymore. That was gonna be guaranteed money in Jeff Bezos's bald pocket. But you took it from him by using that Prime on a streamer of your choice. You chose me, and I appreciate that. I do indeed. All right, let's see here. Let's just get this. I don't care. Log in. You guys are all gonna see my password. No, you're not. Jeff Bezos adjusts his glasses. I didn't need that cheeseburger. I'm gonna go work out and look more like a bouncer. All right, so downloading the file, which is right here in my downloads. So extract to the folder. And then this is not really going to be a burn the subs part, is it? It's a little bit more comprehensive than that. So I'll just put it like in a, well, what I need to do is actually organize all the parts that I have in all these various projects. Poor Jeff. Don't cry for Jeff. Jeff Bezos has a New York mansion with more bathrooms than any other house. We can hit upload. We'll just put it in this folder, and one day when I'm feeling snappy, I'll organize all this stuff so that I have my generic parts in a folder, because I really should have been doing that from the start. Fusion only lets you have so many active files at once when you're on the free version, which is annoying, but if you have a parts folder, you basically can archive all those different parts and then pull them into what you're working on. I have the educational version, which required a whole hell of a lot of not verifying that I am actually an educator. I tried not to lie, but I think I lied in some places. I'm not really sure. But I managed to get an educational copy, and it is widely and irresponsibly unlimited in what I'm able to do. So all of my projects are a mess of subassemblies. But I mean, the way Fusion wants you to do it is you have parts that go into assemblies, and then those assemblies become subassemblies in your main drawing. And you can associate physics with a lot of these things too. For me, I am just trying to make solids that will staple together whatever haphazard idea we've had for the day. So I just need to extrude bodies around stuff, and that's the way that I use it. Which means that if I have an errant click in the drawing, I can move something by accident. Control Z. What up, Ducart? Oh, there was something about Australia that I wanted to like rag on you about. Am I allowed to say that? I think so. I wanted to give you a hard time about something that Australians did that I didn't know about, but I forgot what it was. I need to write more stuff down. Hold on, let me check my notebook and see if I actually wrote that down. Because if I wrote it down, it would be really funny, and then I'd seem like I'm really smart. When was South Street the best? When I was 15. Oh, that's true, actually. No, this is indecipherable. I think I was drunk when I wrote most of this stuff. Escape and glider. What the hell? What? Okay, I'm done with that. All right, we're not reading my notes anymore. I got the paid version. My company pays, and I can use it for personal stuff too. That's nice too. That's a nice little arrangement that I'm sure AutoCAD is actually not very happy with, because like this software is like super versatile. You can do a lot of cool stuff with it. They've made a wonderful suite of software, and they go, how do we make money off of this? Damn executives. But I mean, like Fusion Eagle is okay. It's pretty good at making circuit boards, and then you can design stuff around those circuit boards. It has become one of the cornerstones of this type of hobby, of building random bullshit and building art and building weird stuff. It's sort of indispensable. Now there is FreeCAD, and FreeCAD works in a slightly different manner, but it is still as capable from what I understand. Cart Proto? Rename. Proto board. I don't know the specific name. The ones I got were from China, and they're circle plated through. But let's copy this and just make another one. And this one will go to the same, I guess, same folder and everything. Yeah. So now we're gonna have Proto board 1. Proto board 7, but they don't differentiate the two from each other, do they? 234, 2539. There we go. This is the one. I'll rename that, and we're going to call this LED board. The LED board. Okay, so on the LED board, I'm only interested in this mechanically, right? We're not doing the electronics design in this. We could, but I'm not going to do that. FreeCAD is bad. They're doing everything different. Yeah, I haven't given it a shot. I think I downloaded and installed it, and I went to go use it, and I couldn't figure out how to do anything with it. We gotta recolor this board. This doesn't look right. This needs to be green. Oh my god. Okay, there. Never mind. I thought it was lagging for a second. FR4 that's coded. I mean that all exists in this program because it also has, you know, PCB design. So if I do my favorite menu, the appearance menu. If I there it is. Okay, cool. Glass, leather, cloth, blah 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 blah. Miscellaneous, air, gemstone, rubber, wax, foam, carbon fiber. No, not in MISC. Leather and cloth. No. Other. Emissive. Base material, environment, ground plane, rubber, water. There is circuit board in here somewhere. Plastic? No, that's not it. No. There's FR4 is in here somewhere. Hot take, all of the CAD software sucks. I refuse to search. Paint, plastic, stone, wood solid. What? Okay, so I thought it was in MISC or other. Layered, transparent. Let's see, environment, gems. It's not environment. Rubber, water. I'll search in just a second here. I just refuse to back down. Rubber, wax, paper, ground plane, gemstone, foam, emissive, carbon fiber, and then base materials, which it's not. That's weird. I ran into it a bunch when I was looking for different stuff. But let's do circuit. Oh, circuit. FR4. Where is that one? It doesn't even tell you where it is. I think it's in appearances. So let's do, yeah, the whole component as FR4. Oh God, no. Wait a minute. Undo that. FR. And then we're going to do only the faces. That way we don't color in all the holes. And those remain steel, but that's okay. Although we can make that, we can probably make that a little shinier, huh? Nah, we should just leave it the way it is. I think it's okay the way it is. It's sort of assigning a mild steel to that. So we'll FR4 that, and then we need to look up fiberglass. Fiber. And I won't do these are plated through anyway, so. Okay, so I guess I just look up, I don't need to look at the, this would be in their miscellaneous. No, fiberglass, other carbon fiber. Where's fiberglass? That's just going to be glass. Huh. KiCad is great, open source software, but the new version's kind of weird. Everything is so slow. Board. Hardboard. Particle board. All I can afford. Alright, whatever. We'll just let it be metal, I guess. It's gonna bother me, though. Now, if we use the circuit board making thing, that has all of those in there, but, yeah, I could have sworn it would have been in MISC, at least. Foam, gemstone, and ground plane is just the surface. Rubber and wax, no. I mean, really, if I could just do it out of, like, textured, no, leather and cloth. Plastic, and then make it, like, well, that's Captain. That's not gonna look right. PEEK, maybe? No, I don't know what they use for the edge of the circuit board, so we'll just leave it alone. Or maybe I'll make it FR4. We'll just take this one and do. Yeah, it doesn't really matter that much. I'm being weird about this. Everybody has their favorite CAD program, and I'm not one to tell anyone that one is better than the other. You don't hear a lot of people talking badly about the other CAD programs. It's whichever one you're using, everybody will say, why aren't you using this other one? And then they'll talk badly about the one you're using. And every time I complain about Fusion, because there's clear stuff to complain about in this program, I always get people suggesting other CAD programs. And, I know how to use Fusion really well. Does that look like FR4? It looks different. No, it's FR4. Okay. Just seeing if I missed anything. All right, I'm going to save this. What did I... Ooh, oh, cancel. Control S. There we go. Just make sure I'm doing the right thing. And then, actually, you know what? I'm going to delete the other one and then copy this one. Because we put all that work into making it look good. This one is LED board, so I'm just going to get rid of this. I'm going to copy LED board. Where'd it go? Is it gone? It's wherever we stored the L. There it is. Copy. It's weird that it doesn't let you rename it. Fusion's okay for the price. See? You gotta shave off the compliment, huh? Rename. $5x7. I think that's what it was. I don't know. I could have lost the name somewhere along the line. Okay, so here is the LED board, And what we're going to do is make that as close as we can to what we have. Now, there's no sketch on this because this is just a 3D model. You might find, I don't know how your you're weirdly wired, you know, kind of a little bit cavemanish, sort of a earlier evolution of man brain. Your caveman mechanical engineer brain works, but you might find fusion fun. My enlightened, sort of higher functioning electrical engineer brain has a good time with it, so you might find it all right. Boy, that really took a lot for me to sound like I knew what I was saying. Okay, so this one has a little bit of a border on the sides, which we don't, I guess we kind of have, and we might have more rows of holes. So I need to get calipers. I need to figure out whether or not we have the dimensions even in this. So our dimensions are 20 millimeter by about 70, 20 by 70. This is going to be annoying if we don't actually have 70. Oh my God, we're just under the wire. So we're going to have these things annoyingly on either end, which is, I guess, okay because we do have kind of a border here. All of our indicators are going to be kind of squished within there, just because we don't have an extra row of holes up here. Although we can, you know, we can still use the top holes. So our other dimension is 20. So we're probably going to have to squish the two ends in. So from there to there, it's probably 30, no, 50. Okay. So we need to take 15 from each side. So if I press pull, I wonder if this is going to work. Negative 15. Oh my God. I think maybe I want to extrude because that's a little sussy. Let's Control Z that. And it looks like it cut across. So actually we're going to want to take, so I'm going to extrude this and we're going to go to the middle of a row of holes, which would be, it's an inch measurement standard. Oh my God, 3.4. That'll do. Probably have to delete all those pads too. Or I could do a box that, no, I don't think that does that. So what happens if I hit delete on that? Oh, it hates it. Cannot delete the individual body. What? It wants me to delete this. Yeah, okay. This might be a little haphazard if we can't cut these things away. Well, actually, the extrusion didn't touch it because they're a little bit three-dimensional. So let me Control Z that. And let me take, what do I want to do? I want to do, like, add a sketch, and then we can make the boxes that I'm just going to extrude through and push away the solids. So I'll create a sketch. And then I want to project one of those. And then the other row, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's 7 from there. So if we cut that one in half, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We want this one. Oops, wait, project. Okay, cool. So from there to there, that's going to be our, I should probably center it as best I can, huh? Control Z, Control Z. Okay, so we'll take this one as 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. I can't believe it's 7 holes. That makes it a little lopsided, doesn't it? So well, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'll do 4 and 3, I guess. Well, this one would make 3 on that side, and I could do 4 on the other. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, so project this one. I'll be as centered as I can get it. Don't project that. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then this is the one we cut. So project that, click OK, go to the view, directly down like that, and then, how do I want to do that? Open the diffusion file and load in the step. That's okay. I don't need the history for this. This is just a simple thing. So I'm just going to take a midpoint on that. Just draw a line. Doesn't matter. Doesn't even matter if it's construction or not. Take this one. There's probably a better step that can do that a little bit more fluidly, but whatever. Make a box. Make it not construction. Put one of these. Finish. Then I can take this and I can extrude all of this. Wait a minute. I did it the opposite way. That was the wrong way. I don't know if there's a delete all but command. Delete all buts. Let's go back to the sketch. And then I'm just going to do a 3-point box on the two ends. Totally Bush League. This is like the dumbest. Now I can do it. Now I'm doing it. Blow it away. There we go. There's our LED board. This is the best representation that I have of what I've got sitting in front of me. Now I do need to make sure that the spacing of the LEDs on the top and the bottom are the same, because this is kind of setting it in a different way. I mean, I guess I hope it is, but from, let's see, from the edge to, well, that's not a good. I need these pretty much be from the edge to like this edge here. So inspect from here to here. 5.29. 4.01. How do I deal with that then? Because if I lower that measurement, it'll be 5.29 from either end, and these are 4.21. I don't have any more of these. Yeah, 4.27. Almost 5, but not. It would have one more row of holes in it, I guess. So what is the solution here? If I take one side down to that measurement, and then we just kind of wing it from there. Oh, I know the REST API can't be found. So what was that? It was 5.29, and we need to take it to 4.29. We'll just take one edge of it down, and then we'll use that as our reference. And it won't. This part won't exactly fit in our three-dimensional body. So, not much I can do about that, I don't think. It's not like I can repeat that and move it over and make another row of holes. Can I do that? What if I take... Actually, maybe I can. Hold on. If I move and create copy, I might be able to create another row. And then use those holes in order to extrude down. Move object faces, but there's no create copy. Also, it doesn't move them at all. Yes, yes. Yeah, that thing is all one body. And it has faces, but I can't really access them. And then the sketch is only my extrusions thing. Okay, so it's what was it, 5.29? I need to take so inspect. Let me just look at that again. 5.29, and I need that to be, well, basically 4 millimeters. 4 will get us in the right ballpark. I just measured 4.06, so. No, see, I can't, grid function or not, I can't manipulate any of that. Oh, you're saying I could make one out of scratch? Yeah. If I do a sketch, I guess I could sketch another row of holes. But it's like I can't get rid of this. I can't get rid of this face. Yeah. Cannot delete individual faces. You gotta delete the body. And these have thickness too. That's a little bit of a problem. These were made in the circuit board editor, so. No. We'll just do it. We'll just do it the Bush League way. Second from the right. The what? On face? Where are you looking? Chamfer? You're talking about this? The rectangular pattern generator, but I don't think I can do features? Nah. It would have to be faces, and then I'd have to select all of the, like, all of these. Oy. Come on, Smoko. Leave me alone. Oh, this is going to be a lot of clicking. Am I really going to do this? There's a lot of work for creating a... Well, let's just do it. Let's click the things, chat. Click all the things. Just find your happy place. Get into the repetition of it all. It's only 7, right? New high score. Yeah, this is like that. What are those rhythm clicking games? My niece is really into them. There's a bunch of like anime shouting and you're clicking on the screen. That's what this is, just without the shouting. Instead, you get some bearded asshole shouting at you. If I misclick and deselect these, I'm going to be sad. Okay, I did it. Now what? "45 selected. Axis. I want this one, right?" I remember Cookie Clicker. Why is it, wait, why does it want an axis? I'm not, it's a rectangular pattern, right? I'm not. There we go. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'll probably want to mirror them on the other side to get the other side right too. But this would be quantity 1. And then the distance is 1 inch. Oh God, I gotta like, what, 2.54? I'm on the wrong one, aren't I? Yeah. What did I do? Something's messed up. Suppress. Quantity, maybe 2. That's vertical. So quantity 0, quantity 2. And the first one is 2.54 away, but it doesn't appear to be, they're not in there. 3. Siflet 8, hey, thank you for subbing. What's up? Oh, we're struggling. Spacing, there we go. That was I don't want extent, I want spacing of 2.54 for 2. 2.54. It's still not showing the other ones. Oh, you need 1 on the second axis? Ah, there it is. There it is. Okay, so that makes another row, and that should probably get us to within our measurements. Maybe. I'm not sure. Let's just try it. Oh, it made so much of a mess of things. Yeah, it combined them. All right, we're not doing that. We're just gonna take material off of the end and just worry about the top row later. So, all right, let's see here. Because if I delete the faces, it'll leave a hole in the substrate. So we're at about 4 millimeters there to the edge. So I just need to make this 5 point something into a 4, right? So what I'll do is I'll look at the sketch again, extrude this thing, and then instead of actually thinking, which is not what we do here, take it in this distance, and then I'm going to measure it between Oh, I've gotten rid of it. Between here and here, 5.29, and then I'm going to make it... Did you click on the holes? Yeah, I did. Yeah. They were just in the solid, and I'd have to extrude them in order to get rid of the solid. Don't worry about it anymore, man. So in order to get the difference between the two, it's 5.29 minus 4 plus 4 minus a negative 4. So now that distance is 4. Okay, so that'll just mark off our first row of holes. On the other end, all bets are off. But if we need to put an oval up above this, we can at least just measure off of something like one of these holes and just give it 2.54 millimeters or 0.1 in. No, wait, 0.1 of an inch isn't 2.54. It's 0.25, whatever. It wants me to restart it. I'll do that in a minute. All right, so anyway, that's our LED board. Save. We're going to be adding, we're adding another indicator to this because I want to have an on the Twitch API light, right? I want a blue light at the top of the stack of things. No, your intentions were just to hobble me and slow me down, so I'll never forgive you ever again. No, you're fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. These things happen. We're kind of playing this by ear anyway. All right, so let's go to our main drawing and actually deposit this thing into its rightful place. But we have to do it before we design this solid right here. So I need to find out where I'm extruding that specific part. So I just hover over the extrusions and we can see that it's in this block, and here's where the sketches are created. So ahead of these sketches would be this block of my inserting stuff. So I'm gonna go all the way and rewind the timeline to before position 5 and then insert my part. Fusion is going to then have a shit fit. There we go. So before I started designing all the stuff, I will add a circuit board. And that would be LED board, LED board, LED board. It's getting to the point where I can't find anything anymore. LED board, I'm losing my mind. That thing goes in like that. Now I got the LED board in here. I can move it about for its initial position, and I'll just get it sort of out of the way and oriented. And then take that one, take it 90. What? There it is. Okay. 90, and then I make sure that the bottom, so I need to do one of these, because we're going to put the bottom up against this bottom piece right there, and that'll give us our first indicator location, sort of. So now that I've inserted the part, I'm going to take it one step further and then double click on this step. So now I'm editing that step, and that step defines where all of my stuff is. So I'm going to take this board, and then I'm going to move it from point to point, I guess, and we'll take, it's not letting me use the edge point there, huh? Move object, selected, oh, origin point. Oh, dear God. We'll take the middle of this panel, and I'll put that in the middle of that panel. And we'll just see where everything lies, and we'll see if we need to move this in the end, because that then defines where all of our stuff can be. So finish the position step. That locks it into place so that all these subsequent steps can exist with that part now in place. We have revised history. And I need to make sure, yeah, see, it's too far in. So what is the distance here between ish? Oh my God, I can't see anything. That would be 2.78. We need to move it, we need to move it so that the other side isn't colliding. So I need to actually take a different point. So let me just do from that ring to this plane. The reason I'm clicking on planes is because otherwise it's going to give me, yeah, see, it did it. It did like a sideways thing. Okay, so instead, I'm just trying to get like a straight up and down measurement. I guess I could take the thickness of the board into account. That's going to give me sideways, isn't it? Yeah. I want to do plane to plane, but I can't get to the plane over here. If I go, fine, whatever. There to there, 2.755, and then if I rewind time all the way to here, 2.755. So the distance we're going to move is 2.755 plus. Hate having to do it this way. .755, 1.55, 2. These are too many numbers. 2.755, 1.55, 2.755, 1.55, 2.755, 1.55. 2.755 plus 1.55. It doesn't really matter. It can actually hang out behind it a little bit, but whatever. We'll just do it for accuracy. Okay, so there's that. That's done. Now we have a datum point where we can place the ovals of the sketch. We'll have to free up these ovals. It's going to cause absolute chaos, but we will be able to project the location of the LED holes and get these centered on them. We could have done that with measurements, but I don't know. I had fun doing that. Oh my God, I screwed it up. Screwed it up. Where did I screw it up? It doesn't look like it moved at all. Did I subtract it? 1.575. What? What happened? Negative 1.75. I mean, I should just move it -2. It doesn't really matter. We'll just move it -2. It can sit behind there a little bit. And then we're done. We're done here. Oh, I forgot to account the thickness of the board. It's actually sticking through. Oh God, what did I just do? I'm just gonna move it again. I'll just move it 2. Well, actually, yeah, 2. 2 millimeters this way. -2. Doesn't matter. Just needs to be behind it. Finish. And then whenever I make the solid, I need to make sure. I think I did the correction already. I just need to make sure that the holes for these two things are a little bit more narrow. But right now, we got a lot of designing to do. We got to figure out how to get another oval onto this setup. Yeah, it's like flush now. Whatever. Okay, so this, where are we creating this? That's all these steps right here. I got a couple sketches because we tried a couple things with this specific area. What is this sketch? This sketch is the other side. So we want to go back to here. Yes, this is the one with all the text in it. Now this exists as if that circuit board has been there the whole time. Bada bing. Now, although that is a fairly complicated object sitting back there. How tall are the LEDs? They're little surface mount jobbies. The only reason that they've been given a bunch of room is that there's the light needs to spread out. Okay, so I don't want to view all this confusing nonsense in the background. So we're going to take the object that we just added and unview it until we can free this stuff up and get everything working properly. I'm just going to start clicking in these things and unviewing them. What's up, Morty? Yeah, we don't need to see all this crap that's going to get in the way in the background. All right, so 1 millimeter offset, 5 millimeters from each edge. That can stay. However, we used a pattern for these. We're going to have to add another one. So Don't ask me weird questions. Let's see here. Well, if I cut and paste one of them, we can just copy paste, and then it's free. It's free in the sketch. Let's put it over there, and we'll anchor it to stuff later. Too literal. API, that's not very exciting. Twitch, no. Twat, no. API. I'll just call it API. I can't come up with anything better. 2 LEDs per indicator. And then we need to reorient all of these. So I might as well, 5 and 5 to the text. That's an odd one because that's gonna change depending on the kerning of the font. All these have been, no, see, this one's different. And I think it might be a wider oval. No, I don't want 10.5, 10.5. No, I guess they're the same. Just the text is a little, I guess I oriented 5 and 5 for that, and it wasn't like center text, which it really should be center text. Well, either way, I mean, we just need to choose which rows that these things are anchored to. So I'm going to get rid of any of the anchors that these things have, and they'll just be free floating now. And then we'll move the holes in and then create a center point for everyone to anchor to. So let me just get all of these out of there. This is going to confuse the software to a degree where I believe that everything is probably going to break. All the subsequent steps are going to explode. But this is essentially what we want to create, is the 5 rows. So now, put this thing back in. I can figure out where to put these things. I have no idea what I'm doing. Second from the bottom, that would be this row here. That's pretty close to the edge. I could just kind of get these relatively in position and, nope, Control Z. So like, what if I do that? And then, I don't want to think too hard, you know? Why did they all move as one? How are they all still anchored to each other? I think the pattern operation is still in effect and I can't edit it. If I do it there, then it's got 3 rows in between them. Like, some stuff moved and some of it didn't. Let's see. What is this operation? We got to look for the one that anchors them. Yeah, there it is. Get rid of that. No more pattern. Now how does it move? Individually, right? Yes. Okay, good. Okay, there we go. all these little, so there isn't like a history in the sketch. You have all of these little conditionals, the little algorithm that puts together all your lines. If you move one, then all of these little sort of, hey, this is oriented this way to this, or this is a pattern, all that stuff comes up again. So we're unpatterning the pattern so that I can actually move these things around and figure out what the ideal spacing on this board is going to be. It might look a little lopsided unless I decide to push this thing upwards. Yeah. Well, let's see. Let's see if we can get, let's see, 3 rows between them. So that would be 1, 2, 3. Oh, no, wait. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe we do them on 4s. What's that going to look like? Let's just see. 5, 12, 24 busts us. Yeah, okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We go here. Nope, those are wrong. Why did it unclick? Fusion has trouble realizing that your mouse is down in certain ways. Like when you draw a line, it'll sometimes screw it up by dropping the line mid-drawing, and so you'll have this little half section of a line in between your stuff. Why doesn't that look right? What did I do? 1, 2, 3. It's on the fourth. 1, 2, 3. It's on the fourth. Well, that should be evenly spaced, although I don't believe it. It doesn't look right to me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yoink. This is, I could use math to do this, but I don't want to. 1, 2, 3, 4. See, look at that. It just let go and I didn't hit anything. Now it's not letting me highlight anything. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hey, software. How you doing, buddy? You know, it would be a great time to not crash is right now. That'd be a great time not to crash. I haven't restarted Fusion since it downloaded the update, so. One, 2, 3, 4. Actually works out. Oh, you bastard. I meant to drag it over there, but it forgot that I was clicking something. 1, 2, 3, 4. See, if this thing overlaps stuff, then it gets hard to highlight. Hey, that's pretty good, actually. I like that. So we'll do them every 4, and we need a center line, which I believe is this row right here. So I will hit project, and I'm going to take this. I'll just project the circles that I need. So we'll take these in. And then we can just, you know, throw the text onto the anchors. And then when I need to reference the board itself in order to figure out where I'm putting the LEDs, I'll have it ready to go. Bada bing. Okay, there's that. Those look even. 3, 3, 5. Shit! They're not even! Oh no, I messed up. Wait a minute. It's not like I can add one row to all of them either. So, bus and sus, gotta move up a little bit. I think that, what is the distance from, okay, hold on. Let me see. So we know that this is 4. What is this to this? Here to, I can't click it. I can't click it. We're going mobile. We're going into 3 dimensions. I need X, Y, and Z. They're not letting me have it. That's like 9. Okay. So 4. Well, I want to know the edge to wherever I'm putting this one, and I want them to be even. What are you doing? There to, which one am I putting it on? This one. Oh, 11. So I could actually move 1 row to the right, but that would only gain me 2. Otherwise, this is going to be up a little bit. So if I move down 1 row and I put them back into spacing properly, then they'll be even. So I'll take that and I'll move it up to there about. I'm just using this to like mark so that I know where I am. What the? That didn't work. Well, okay, maybe I'll just project them then. Left, like that, and then P for project. And instead of that, I'm going to go here, and we give them 3 in between. This is a very unscientific way to do this. Bald Engineer! How you doing? Rating the party of 37. Here, I found a new feature. / shout out Bald Engineer. It doesn't tell you if you type it right, so there we go. Hey, you guys follow Bald Engineer if you feel like it. Yeah, it's a neat feature. It tells you, I think it doesn't tell you how many people like follow as a result. It just says that they shouted you out to a bunch of people. How's the power supply working out? Well, we're back in Fusion 360 and I'm counting numbers and I'm unable to do it. So obviously things are going great. That was actually a very, That was extremely well timed. Uh, I want to add, while we can, while we're able to, I would like to add another indicator to the side panel, and that's whether or not we're connected to the API. Previously on Oh Bother, I placed these things so that they were evenly spaced, which was a mistake, and I should regret this. So instead, what I'm doing is I'm placing them based on the holes of the FR4 circuit board that exists underneath. I could make this one 2.54 above this row, and that would be the top row, I guess, and that might even it out a little bit. But right now we're limited by the space, how many holes there are in the back of this board, and then that'll give me an idea of what I'm building. So also, I didn't sleep last night because of diabetes, so my head hurts. 1, 2, 3, and then it's the 4th. Yeah, I'm putting 3 between the space. Why does that look so weird? All right, so let me just project every 3 on this thing. So it'd be this one, 1, 2, 3, this one. Nope, I already did it wrong. This one. Oh, my brain. 1, 2, 3, this one. I should be hydrating. 1, 2, 3, this one. 1, 2, 3, this one. 1, 2, 3. This one. Wait a minute, I wanted to move it 1 hole down. Damn it. Escape, get me out of here. So project, and then we'll take the middle row, this one. 1, 2, 3, this one. God, the pattern tool is nice, huh? 1, 2, 3. I'm not using it. 2, 3, this one. This just means that I can build the board at the same time, too. I don't have to print to build it. This one. Is that all the ones that I need? I think it is. So that's a little lopsided, isn't it? It's looking a little lopsided. I mean, I guess it can be, but I could also move them up 1 hole. It just looks like it's lopsided. It might not be lopsided. No, it definitely is lopsided. I think I needed to be. I think I needed to be in the holes that I planned for. Yeah, Control Z this. How are you securing the perf board of the project? It just presses in place. There's enough of an interference fit for it that it fits pretty nicely just pushed in. Which is, you know, for something that's wall mounted, it's not gonna fall out. There's no like shock that this thing has to endure. 2, 3, this one. 1, 2, 3, this one. I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so let me unview that because that's confusing it in the way. And now I'm just going to drag these so that their center point matches this center point, like that. We'll see what that looks like. Of course, once I finish the sketch, everything's going to go completely haywire. These are now locked into place based on that solid, so if I wanted to move them any further, I kind of can't. Bada bing, bada bang, bada boom. Everything in its place. And that actually does look fine. Cool. That actually looks better than the other. Okay, finish. Now everything goes psycho, right? Because it's like, I have to extrude. I don't know where to. Okay, it did it perfectly. All right, cool. It did it perfectly. Except now we need to add our API light to the top, which will be blue LEDs, because that's just traditionally what I've had it as. So that's fine. This one is not. I need to take this. Is that with or without the text? I think it's without. So click OK on that. Now I'm going to have floating letters. Or not. Why? What has happened here? What has occurred? Why is this? Why? There we go. Big open shell. Think harder. What is that? Why is there a plug in the middle? What have you done? It's created a new body. I don't need a new body. So let's go back to this step. Just make sure that I'm clicking the whole thing. It's because there's this little circle here that I sort of based everything on. Based on what? All right, we'll do that. That should not create a new body. Why? Why? Control Z. Oh, you know what I'll do? Let's go back to the sketch and let's make those construction lines. There. That'll alleviate this problem. Because they're not supposed to be a defined space. And they're confusing the software. You're scaring the software. You're scaring it. Stop it. There you go. That's the use of construction lines, by the way. They're stuff that's not supposed to be defined or extruded or messed with. You're telling the software, here be dragons. Do not mess with this if you know what's good for you. Okay. Hey, sketch. How about you come back? Oh, there's 1,000 sketches in this drawing. Oh my god, there's so many damn sketches. I don't know which one it is. 19. There we go. Happy. Yes, yes. Good, good. Okay, and that's all I need. The only other detail is to do the appearance menu and hit the back of this thing, faces, with the milky white plastic texture, which just makes it look like I've printed it in clear. It just sort of gives me a visual indicator, and it's totally unnecessary, but fun. I forgot this part. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so now where are we making those? Definitely not in any of these steps. Right there. Ah, dear God. Why is everything highlighted? Ah! Oh. I thought, I just had a miniature heart attack, everybody. I put the labeler, my big labeler, on the corner of the desk here, and that's a place that I sometimes put like a glass of water. And I was moving my hand, and it hit the labeler, and it knocked it off the desk. And I slowly watched this thing fall down to the ground. And clearly I was looking at a labeler, but it was weighty. It felt like a glass of water that I had knocked over. So I thought I knocked a glass of water over into all the stuff that's sitting next to my desk. I thought I was going to be in for quite a cleanup just then. So let me go ahead and get my heart rate down. Where am I extruding? Six selected. Okay, that's the... So now I want to look at the sketch. Yeah, that was definitely a drop. Sketch 19. And then I want to do this. I want to do... No. Profiles. Where's this? This would be the... Nope. Right one. It's not letting me select the solid in the sketch. That's weird. Oh, because it's something else. That's a different feature. I'm looking for this. There they are. There they are. So now, I'm going to select that. I'll just repeat my work. Bada bing. I'll go to the appearance menu and I can't see it. Faces. Right there. Close. Cool. All right, nice. Now we've done it. We've done it. Now I have a section for an API light. So I'm going to have to 3D print that. That'll take me a little bit. So I got the API, we got the 5.1, which is actually 5 volts. I don't know if I need to make if I need to change that text. Anything expensive? Well, so the other Lone Star, buddy of mine in New York, who was one of the OG people watching the stream. We watched his stream when he was streaming. He had little robots with hammers on them that would bonk each other on the head. He was at like a little like Twitch fair, and people were like, "Do you know Ninja?" And he's like, "No." But anyway, he sent in this video recorder. It's like a really expensive direct to SSD kind of like redundant to video recorder for like actual production purposes. We took it apart. It was broken. It overheated. One of the fans died, and then the processor killed itself with heat. So there was no recovering it. So I have all the parts. And so the bin that's full of those parts is sitting right where the brother label maker landed. That would technically be something expensive that would break if hit with all that water, but it's also in bits. So I don't know. I don't know if technically that counts. It is quite a technically though. If I moved that, no, I would need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would need 5 holes if I were to move this up and space everything appropriately. So I think this is as good as it gets. I mean, this is really good. So the other thing is, do I want to change that text up? Do I want different text for 5.1? Uh, 5.0V. The point is throwing it off. Nah, we'll leave it like it was. I mean, it's not technically 5.1. How many colors is that? What do you mean? Oh God, why is it recalculating? It shouldn't have to do that much. Yeah, so there's our new panel. That, and then these should be, let me check the radius on these just to be sure. Those are, the diameter is 12.7. And I got the parts sitting right over here. I want to make sure that these are the right size because I don't want to print this again. This will be the last time I have to print this. Are there any, there's like only 2-color print, but I do flip it back to the other one. So this is 12.59, so basically 12.6. And this would be 12.7, which makes it a slip fit with a little bit of wiggle room, very little wiggle room. How about from that to the end? It's 11.9, it's like 12. So from here to there, it's not going to give me a measurement of that, is it? Nope. Yeah, it should be 12 from this to that. What if I do this plane? Almost 6. Oh, but it's measuring like weird stuff. All right, never mind. Black, gray, and white. Where, what? Huh? No, it's only 2 materials. No, we're only 2 different plastics right here. Basically, in the middle of the print, I switch it over to clear, and then it prints like a big block of clear. That's why it's blocking so much light. It really should be thinner, but I made it the thickness of this panel. And then we bolstered the thickness over it. Get out of the way. Put it. Get me out of here. We bolstered the thickness right here so that those had a little bit more mounting material. But it is only 2 materials. 2 different plastics, obviously. All right, so I can view everything again. I'm going to hit save on this. The letters are the same stuff as the outside. I don't think I have 2 different... Yeah, I only have 1 material color. They're just, I don't know, the shading is different on them or something. I'm surprised the software didn't eat itself, to be honest. This had every opportunity to go completely psycho on me, but somehow it didn't. We will consider ourselves lucky. Oh, we don't need the LED. I think that's it. Yeah, cool. All right, so that's ready for me to print, and we can actually start in on the PCB. What's funny is that I have literally these circuit boards. I have those circuit boards, but I didn't use it for this panel. So that didn't really help us out at all. Stupid. Stupid. Okay, so that board, and then our first set is, well, that's going to be hard for us to see without the sketch. I can kind of see it. That's right there. So it's technically 1, 2, 3, and then we got the thing, the first one. So 3 from the bottom, and then that's our first one. We need to get everything else off of this board because we're starting over. So let me save this whole thing. I'm going to close Fusion. We'll open it up again, which will wreak havoc on my computer, but restart Fusion. How are you awake, Ducart? Ain't it like 5 a.m. over there? Aren't the birds chirping? So 3 from the bottom, which could be either side of this board. We need to get these LEDs out of here because we're actually moving. It'll be up here. Actually, we could just move them in place, and then we'll have a new top one that I'll get blue LEDs for. And we'll put all that stuff in there and get it all oriented and stuff. I'm waiting for Fusion to start up because the video rendering is going to get a little weird as it starts. Actually, it seems okay. Yeah, it seems okay right now. All right, so this scene right here, and then we get this board right here, and then I move this to the row above it without disturbing the orientation of the LEDs. Why are you talking like that, Bother? I don't know. I don't know. It's how I keep myself entertained. Wish I was that good with Fusion. Listen, there's a lot of luck going on there. And a lot of... I mean, we didn't have to go through all that trouble, right? That was a lot of trouble to go through. But I guess, you know, it worked out. It wasn't... I don't know if I would really call it skillful, though. I guess the skill is in knowing what works, and that's why you're paying a premium. That's why you're paying... Ah, Fusion just popped up above my OBS window, and I couldn't see. I was about... That was... Jeez. That's why you pay your mechanics $75 an hour, because they know how to do the job without ruining everything in your car. I just pulled the lens off of the LED. God damn it. Okay, where are my LEDs? That's what you pay the big bucks for, because I know how to... Oh, no, I killed the LED. Yellow, blue, green, red. I really should put all these LEDs in the same spot, shouldn't I? All the different LEDs that I have. I need to reorganize those parts, make them make sense. Yeah, so the philosophy behind what I did was just to basically recreate the panel that I had already gone through the trouble to create, and then figure out what the spacing would be where everything would be even. And I eyeballed it, and then I got one of the edges to be even. And then because of the way the rows are set up in this thing, it was so limiting that I didn't have much of a choice but to do it the way that I did. And it turns out it's actually going to be kind of even, which was lucky, which is why I am reluctant to take compliments on being skilled in Fusion, because it was luck. There's nothing really going on upstairs. It's just the hamster's running, but the lights aren't on. I need to go on a birthday with real people. I hate real people. Internet people are more fun. Nah, I canceled plans because I was exposed to somebody with COVID, and the response from my friends was, everyone's gonna get COVID eventually. And I don't know what to make of that response. It's either they've given up and they would just rightfully, they just want me to super spreader them, because I'll go there, man. I'll sneeze in everyone's mouth. I will do that. Or they want to seem like tough boys, and they want to, for some reason, be like, well, I'm better than COVID, which is probably what they want to do. But I don't know if they understand that, like, you still gotta, like, even if I had like a really bad runny nose, I wouldn't want to expose my friends to the cold, like a cold. I don't want to do that, you know? It's like, just fuck. Like, what do you want me to do? You want me to go there and just start like sloppily? Well, I mean, you guys want me to do that. go there and sloppily make out with everybody. But, like, I mean, come on. Have at least a modicum of sense in this, our new viral world. It's like, man, I got the sniffles. I'm going to stay home. Oh, you got the sniffles? Well, just come over here and give us all a disease. Whatever. They can sort it out on their own. They're big boys. They can figure out the world. I'm looking for my LEDs. I've got another. Oh, there it is. It's all the way over here. I found it. Can't wait for the next Oh Bother meetup. We were considering making all of the indicators pink, but I think orange just looks better for the voltage indicators. Look, there's having enough of COVID, and then there's not having enough COVID, all right? And they seem to be erring on the side of not having enough COVID. I understand having had enough of COVID and the precautions, you know, with that. But then again, the person that told me this is a major germaphobe. This is the kind of guy who does not touch. He keeps a plastic glove in his glove compartment in order to pump gas. That's the kind of germaphobe this person. For this whole time, he's been not touching doorknobs, sanitizer, all the nine. When the pandemic hit, people go up to him and they're like, dude, are you like going insane now? He's like, no, I'm doing exactly what I've always been doing. Like he's just that kind of person, right? And this is the person who's telling me that, we're all going to get it eventually anyway, so it doesn't matter. And I don't know how to interpret that. I don't know if he meant that we're all going to get it anyway as a defeatist statement, or if he meant I should actually go hang out with them because everyone's going to get COVID anyway. I don't like either of those. Weird situation since war started. People no more talk about COVID. No, it's still a thing, man. It's still a thing. It's just we've talked ourselves to death over it. And while there is like the news cycle bullshit, I guess I'm not going to reuse any LEDs. This is why I bought a lot of LEDs, a lot of surface mount LEDs, just because like I can't get these off of here without potentially ruining the lenses, and I want them to shine as much as possible. So we're blowing away the entire circuit board. I'm just getting rid of all of them. Don't know if it's good or bad. I don't think that's really the case. I don't think we've stopped talking about COVID. Everybody's still considering it. We're just not taking heavy precautions because people who have been vaccinated aren't really going to feel the repercussions as heavily as before. Sort of. Oh, you meant in Poland. Well, Poland has much, much more dire things to worry about. That's for sure. And we got a cold winter coming up. If I'm in the Northeast, so I can only base my assumptions, because these are, I'm talking out of my ass. If my ass had lips, they'd be flapping. Oh, baby. I don't know what I'm saying anymore, by the way. I'm talking out of my ass here, but given that fall dropped in the area in a day, I have a feeling, at least for the Northeast, we're in for a very cold winter. I don't know about Poland, but if it's any indicator, I think we're going to have a pretty cold winter. I think people have been talking about that, at least in Ukraine. It's going to be an extremely cold winter. So I think people are going to stay in, hopefully, and maybe, I don't know. You think we'll have a flu season this year? We didn't have one during the pandemic because everybody was staying inside. I think we're probably still going to have a flu season. Flu straight up murks diabetics. It's fucking crazy. I gotta always take the flu vaccine and stuff, because it straight up kills my peoples, my diabetics, my diabetic peoples. Of course, I think my doctor was telling me, my endo was telling me that it's really the unmanaged diabetics, the ones that are not doing so well in their glucose management, who aren't really putting in the work. Because there's a subset of diabetics, and I've pretty much never met anyone in between the two categories of people who are so very much on top of either their diet or their management, or there's people who just ignore it. Like type 1 diabetics that are like, yeah, I eat like a glucosey meal and then I just take a nap and wait for my glucose level to come down. It's like, dude, what? They go up into like the 500 mmol per deciliter or whatever, and then they come back down from that, and like they just deal with whatever happens. It's wild. It's wild. And so from what I hear, those are kind of the people that really are in bad shape when it comes to getting the flu and COVID. Yeah, get out of here. Just get the go. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy IRL. Go touch grass. Grass toucher. Look at that grass toucher go. Freaking grass toucher. So cold already, about 0°C. Much worse soon. Ooh. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. We got that corgi puppy, and she was born in June during a heat wave. So for the longest time, I'm like, the dog loves cold weather. She's a cold weather dog. She loves cold. Anything cold, she loves it. Just loves it. And then winter came, and it got rainy around here. Pretty cold too. And so one night she comes in from her nighttime walkies, and she's shaking. She's like shaking. And I'm going to say shaking. What I actually mean is shivering, but I didn't know that at the time. So being a type 1 diabetic, my default was the dog has low blood sugar, because my roommates are obsessed with her eating. Oh, dog's not eating, dog's not eating, dog's not eating, dog needs to eat. No, she doesn't. Dog will eat when she's hungry. She's fine about that. But all of that kind of got to my head, and to a hammer, everything looks like a nail. I thought the dog had low blood sugar, so I'm like trying to feed her orange juice and stuff like that. It turns out she was just cold. It was a wet and rainy night, and she was by the fireplace earlier, and then she took that walkies, and her little pawsies were wet. So she was just shivering cold, and it was very cute, and I didn't get to like warm her up. I was like panicking. I was like, oh my God, the dog has low blood sugar before she went to bed. In June, I'm going to have the dog solo, so hopefully we'll get her down here. Not June, February. Sorry. In February, I'm going to have the dog solo here. So hopefully we'll get her down here so we can have a little buddy for the stream. It was less than 0 this morning. Jesus. I'm going to go touch snow. Yeah, hopefully we'll have a buddy down here for the February streams. Maybe, just maybe, she'll learn how to do stairs and want to hang out a little bit. For now, what I've been doing is leaving my sweatshirt upstairs in a shoe tray that's right by the door. So she'll curl up in my sweatshirt, because previously she'd curl up in my shoes, but I have to have shoes on when I work in the shop here. For a combination of reasons, the primary reason being that these 1960s bar stools that I use as shop chairs do not have a very comfortable foot bar on them. So I am forced to wear shoes so that my feet don't hurt when I'm sitting here. This one's being stubborn, isn't it? I wonder if there's something on the other side. Maybe we can just apply heat for a little bit. You're supposed to be able to walk the solder braid over the hole. What is going on in there? Is that just flux? Yeah, that's just flux. It's just full of flux. Full of flux and vinegar. I don't know if I'm going to clean all the flux off of this board when I'm done. I might just leave it filthy and just punch it in, because it's not that big of a deal if this one's kind of gross. Oh, the good thing too is that this new spacing of the LEDs means that I actually have room for the connector at the bottom. My throat is insanely dry while I'm doing this. I need to go get a glass of water. Water. W-O-O-D-E-R. That's how we say it here in Philly. How much solder was on that? Jeez. You might have different color LEDs so that you can tell. Well, I don't want it to be, no, see, it'll be a stack of orange, but then the API light is going to be blue, just because that's the important one. The API light means the entire system is up and running, basically. The only problem with using desolder braid is that it's a consumable. You know, you're never going to use this copper again. It's not like it's expensive. I think the whole desolder braid thing was like $10, and they last a little while, but I'm never going to use that for anything, so. I wonder if you could save all of that and get the solder. No, that would be difficult. No, I don't think you could do that. You could like save it and like, I don't know, use it to fill a solder pot or something. Nah. Nah. Better to take it from original. You know what? I should use the other solder sucker. You can see the engineer SSO2 in action. Not in action, I mean in action. Like this thing is doing action. It's not acting. It's like inflammable and flammable somehow mean the same thing. Whereas inaction and action are opposites. Tech Tangent dude was trying out a new expensive desolder sucker that used a compressor. A compressor? Why? Is it just like a Venturi vent? Because that would be a good way to do it. Use shop air in order to create a constant suction. That could be pretty useful. The classic one of these is the one that has the two bellows in it, and it just has like a motor that moves the bellows. But then you've got this giant heavy thing. That's exactly what it is? Oh. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that would mean that the tool you're handling is nice and light. Although, you know, you have to have the shop air. Probably have to have a pretty constant source of shop air, which I don't have. I have a little, like an airbrush-sized compressor that's very quiet. Wexo sent that in. I haven't seen Wexo in a while. Check up on them. There we go. Now that looks ugly, but I can come back with desolder braid and fix it. We're basically just taking this thing back to its original state so that I can put the LEDs on it. So like a small solder sucking Venturi vent wouldn't take all that much air pressure to operate. I know the Mark IV VW has a little Venturi vent system that it uses. I wonder whatever happened to the one. I should have kept it. Then I would have a little Venturi thing with hoses on either side of it. I could have tried it out. Okay, so let me just quickly go over these and just clean them up for good, for once and for all. But also clean up all the spatter. Ah, there goes my phone warning me of a thing that it's been warning me of all day. Yeah, I've been using new desolder braid for heavy traces just because I don't know what I was doing with the previous desolder braid, and I don't want it to be like a big infected horrible alloy of like chip quick and other stuff. Whatever weird machinations I've introduced into the braid previously. Or like a resistor hanging out. A little horsehair, you know, whatever. Bug. A 555 timer. Disgusting. Okay, so we're primed. We're ready to go. So 3 rows from the bottom, and then we have our first thing. Now I'll double check that in Fusion. Let's double check that real quick. Yeah, chip quick would be bad to get into a final design, wouldn't it? Where is my OBS window? There it is. Hello, OBS. How are you doing? So let's do this scene. Bada bing. And then we gotta open the design again. Herc! Oh, my memory! All of my RAMs. It all just goes away. I do wish this was a little bit more intense on the graphics card, like if Fusion would lean on the graphics card a little bit more. I forget what the engine is that all these CAD programs use, but they all use the same one, apparently. Yeah, I use solder braid on the power supply board, and then the new power supply I would very much like to get rolling on. It'll use 3 modules, so it'll be 750 watts, and I've been using a 750 watt power supply for my main computer, and I think it's perfectly fine. Aside from the fact that I've had trouble with static electricity, as well as, well, actually, I've had no trouble in heavy games. I think I've had like one crash historically. There is a problem when I run applications that are getting a little bit more intensive like this, is that I can hear the mouse moving because the monitor's displaying it in a particular way. I think there's a bad ground loop somewhere in my system, and that might be caused by my overloading of the backup power supply. I'm not sure, but it's like like it's weird noises when I move the mouse around. Geometry kernels are a little different. Most use OpenGL for the rendering. Geometry kernel is a fork of ACIS. Woof, that's a bunch of stuff that I don't know about. Wow. That's a bunch of stuff that I have no idea about. Yeah, I know you're talking about what runs Fusion, but... So yeah, this is the row, and it's 3 from the bottom, because we made this one match up by shortening that down there. So that means I basically have another row of holes here, but we're not going to need it. So there's one row on the top, and then, well, it's like 1, 2, 3 there, and 1, 2, 3 here, so... Yeah, GPU coil whine. It's weird. It's the speakers. It's my powered studio monitors that are picking it up. So you've been specifically reading about it. Oh, cool. It's cool to learn this kind of stuff. Okay, so 3 from the bottom. That's our first LED. Crappy onboard audio chip. I'm using the I'm using like an expensive external DAC. Maybe I need to like utilize the ground lug on the external DAC. And I'm gonna stretch my legs. I'm gonna stand up for a second. Let me get a glass of water. How about we do that? I'm gonna get a glass of water because my throat is super duper dry. So I'll be right back. But I'm using the shit. I think it's Valhalla or something. No, Valhalla is the amp. Modius, the shit Modius. My shit Modius is making a bunch of weird noise, and it might be the USB hub that I have it plugged into, but I think I moved all the plugs to be on the same power strip, so I don't know how that's happening. I don't know how it's, first of all, the noise of the mouse moving on the screen, and then if it's dry in here and I get up, I can completely reboot my computer. Well, not reboot the computer, the monitors turn off, and then you can hear the computer still working underneath the monitors, and if you unplug, plug everything in, nothing works. Nothing gets the monitors to come back. Restart the computer, and then it comes back, and it comes back without graphics drivers, and I have to reinstall the graphics drivers. Ridiculous. What's up, clouds in the air? XLR or just jack? The shit stack does not have XLR, which would solve the problem, wouldn't it? So it is connected with the RCA cable. It's actually an RCA to 1/4 inch. Yeah, 1/4 inch. RCA to 1/4 inch. I can't use the XLRs on the back because the shit stack does not use XLRs. I don't think. It's the shit Modius. I'm gonna look it up. Let's look at my shit Modius. Sounds like a body part or something. Boop, boop, boop. You guys have seen this on stream. Oh, wait a minute. Let me just, hold on. I'm going to finger my shit Modius and see if where are the jacks? Jacks are on the right side? I'm going to finger my shit Modius real quick. Yeah, there are XLRs. Oh. Oh, wait, but that's the output from this. So I was using the RCAs as the output from this. This goes into a Valhalla. No, shit audio is like affordable audiophile level stuff. Yeah, see, so that's the problem. So that goes to RCA, and I have no choice over that. If that went to XLR, I would have a much better time of it. But instead, I'm just going from these two RCAs to these RCAs to whichever one's the input, and then the output goes out to the powered speakers. So I don't really know where the noise is coming from the computer. It would probably be a ground imbalance between the input. Is that USB-C? I don't think mine's USB-C. Maybe it is. Is this thing USB-C? I think it's USB 3.2. I don't think it's USB-C. This one's not. This one's older, I guess. They must have revised it. Oh, because that's the Modius 2. Mine's an original Modius. Oh. Well, now I'm jealous. I want a USB-C on the back. Dang. It could be cheap cables, I guess. I don't know. Just use optical? No. Would that actually, wait, would... No, because this thing is the sound card. I don't want to output from... I don't want to output from the, whatever. I guess, does my motherboard have optical? I don't think it does it. Oh, let me check. No, I don't have optical on this motherboard. Yeah, no optical. I have a USB-C audio. Nobody cares. Shut up, USB-C audio. What up, Oates? How you doing, man? Leaving work, but check your DMs. Huh? Oh, God. What have you done? No, as Oates, you should know. It's like crying wolf, considering some of the shit that you've sent me. I'm not opening that on stream. You fucking kidding me? I don't got nothing with DMs. Yeah, so I guess I can't solve... Usually the balanced XLRs would be a great way to solve any noise issues that you have on a system, because common mode noise gets eliminated by XLR. It's nice, but I can't do that. I can't do that because the left and the right outputs are going into their own product, but they didn't give me an option of having XLRs on, which, boy howdy, is that annoying. All right, go back to 100%, reset. Preamp out and a gain switch. Connect your powered monitors to give them some of what people call tube magic. This is actually exactly what I do. This is exactly what I do. And the reason that I have the amp in the first place is that I can plug headphones into this and I can get the full tube amp into the headphones. Now, I thought originally I thought that I would buy their entry-level tube amp and I would hate it, right? I'd be like, there's no difference. It's fine. You don't need... You just normal amp, transistors are great. You don't need a tube. It turns out, actually, that I was sold completely on the concept of tubes as audio amplifiers because they do offer a richness of sound. There is a difference. The physics in how it's creating the sound is different. It's creating a lot of stupid heat. I like it a lot, and I did not expect to. I didn't expect that. With this product, though, specifically, you need to get tube spacers in order to push your tubes up and out of the body of the thing a little bit more than they have it here, because otherwise the knob gets very hot to the touch. There's quite a bit of heat in those tubes. So I have tube spacers, and I actually also have a tube adapter so that I can run a Russian tube on the thing. I have long life GE tubes and then Russian amplifier tubes on it. It's pretty cool. Defib and a nice red case sitting in the junk box of work. And I ask about it Monday. Let me know if you think you can do something fun with it. I'm not fucking with a defibrillator, man. I don't even want to have one around. No, because that's too much of a liability. If somebody's having trouble, like heart trouble, they'll see a defib and go for it. Or if I have a defib and hit myself with it, I can hurt myself quite a bit. So no, I'm not touching it. Yeah, they can desolder or discolor themselves. Yeah, when you put the tube spacers in there, the temperature of the body of the thing goes down quite a bit. Audio stream for the rest of the night. When I do the game streams, I actually do plug this in to my amplifier, and it's at max volume. So if there's any richness and softness that it can provide for computer audio, it's there. I prefer analog. What, like just sitting in front of a bunch of people playing instruments? I do leave it on, and most of the time that's accidental. The heaters and the tubes are what goes. I bought a bunch of extras. It's like $20 a tube. Sometimes you can get them a little cheaper too, and I bought a bunch in bulk. No, it's like $5 a tube. Sorry, $5 a tube. And I have specific tubes that I like in there that offer me, you know, slight alteration to the sound. So I have studio monitors that recreate sound pretty plainly. I have a set of expensive headphones that also recreate audio pretty plainly. And then the tubes are what's doing all the work to give me a little bit of a nicer sound. So yeah, we're not doing an audio stream. These are just my opinions on audio stuff. Everybody has different opinions. They're like belly buttons. So yeah, preamp outs and a gain switch. Preamp outs let you connect your power monitors to give them some of what people call tube magic. Gain switch lets you better control both output level and impedance for better matching to your headphones. Okay, it's easy to build a complete desktop system. Yeah, so that, I mean, that's basically it. I don't think I can get better grounding with any of this setup. But this is obviously the origin of the noise from the monitor. I don't know. Have you null tested audio from different tubes? Only the original ones that were in there. And then I did a little research into what tubes I should buy, and then I bought them, and I like them. But I haven't done a lot of testing around tubes, no. I'm not an audiophile. What do the tubes really do? The way that the electricity is gated through the tubes, when a transistor switches, it does it very cleanly. When this switches, there's a little bit of I believe there's a little bit of a softness on the wave. And I guess that translates into the way that it's manipulating audio. Apart from that, I couldn't get into the specifics without looking it up. But supposedly, and the effect of this, in my opinion, I was listening to music that I guess it was the 2016 Doom soundtrack. No, not 2016. Whichever the Stuart Gordon, the original Doom. Yeah, it's a warm distortion to the audio that people like. And so I've sat my friends in front of this thing with this album that they know very, very well. You know, that Doom music hits pretty hard. And I told them my analogy, and they completely agreed with me. Twisted Sister with a tier 1 for 60 months. Diamond anniversary. What did you get me? An explanation of how my friends heard audio through this thing. I don't have much else to offer. It was a lot cheaper than what I got it for. Yeah, so the sound as I described it to them was not like you were turning up your headphones. It actually sounded more like you were approaching the stage at a concert. The volume didn't go up, you just got closer to it. And that's pretty much how it went down. I mean, they were turning it all the way up to maximum, and they were just like eyes wide, like, holy shit, what is this? Because it doesn't feel like you're turning it up. It just feels like you're getting closer to the source. Pretty crazy. Anyway, I gotta get a glass of water. I'm gonna be completely desiccated by the time I'm done here. So let's just like hold off for a second. Jeez, chat, driving me crazy. Oh wait. All right, I'm put up a BRB. Overlays BRB. I need water. Water! I have a ground loop isolator on the USB. Damn it. I have a ground loop isolator on the USB. I tried that. It reduced the noise quite a bit, but it's still there. And I don't have SPDIF on the motherboard, so I guess I could go optical. I don't know how that works. It seems silly to go optical into that thing, though. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Yeah, I have one for the RCA too. I mean, I guess I could do that. I haven't installed it yet. I was gonna use the case for it to make my lav mic EQ and compressor thing with an FPGA. Yeah, how do I ground the optical signal? How do I do that again? I need shielded optical cable. Oh, did I have that up in the... I meant for that to be up on. Okay, let's put some of this stuff together. What are you linking me to? That's different. That's a weird looking one. Mine's like, it looks like a piece of like stage equipment. I shouldn't need that though. I should just be able to isolate this, you know, by fixing where all the plugs go. See, the thing is, the audio is coming from USB. It's going... My computer has one USB hub plugged into it, and that USB hub plugs into another USB hub, and that's where the audio card plugs into the shit Modius. Bunch of toroids. I put toroids on the monitor cables, and that helped it be a little bit stronger towards static electricity, but it didn't really help all that much. I mean, I guess it did, but... Alright, why is this guy linking me to something that I've already bought? Yeah, I don't know if Oats was around for my defibrillator thing. EMI filter. Yeah, I mean, I've tried a lot on the thing. I think maybe rebuilding my desk and figuring out where wires are gonna go and trying to maybe, I don't know, get different wires for stuff. Just making sure that all my grounds are properly worked out. Let's get the music out of here. Who's playing that stupid music? These damn kids do music. Pause. Okay. Is anything on a different... What do you mean? There's a lot of stuff plugged into my desk. There's a lot of stuff plugged in. There's a lot of stuff to the degree where it's hard for me to isolate stuff out because everything is in like wire trays. There shouldn't be anything on a different breaker. There's one plug that goes to the wall. That goes to a UPS, and the UPS is plugged into everything. And then I have it selective about which plug strips go to the backup power or which plug strips just go to the UPS's normal power plugs. Yeah, I mean, yes, having a lot of stuff plugged in, but it's necessary. I need all my things. I got a lot of stuff. Okay, so we're going to put orange LEDs in every spot but the top one. We're going to start 3 rows from the bottom on the 4th. 3 rows and then the LEDs. And we're putting 1 LED on each side with 1 row of hole in the center. So the LEDs are facing that center hole. So like this, and then like this. And so our first ones are going to be here and here. And... I'm gonna double and triple check that. I need to double check it just to be... I have to be totally sure because I really don't want to have to scoop my entire design up or down 1 row. Yes, it is on the 4th. So 1, 2, 3, and then the thing. Where's my video window? I gotta pull that over. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and then the thing. It's up here. These are the first LEDs. We're gonna make these orange. All of them are gonna be orange except for the top row, and I need to scoot all my old parts away because I'm going to be pulling out new parts. And then let's see if they're going to be in a row like here and here, then I'm going to need them. Should I make like a ground face the middle? No, I think they'll just all face the same direction. So we'll put positive on the right, negative on the left. Hot's on the right, cold's on left. Payday's Friday, boss man's a jerk. So the little block is facing towards plus. Actually, we do plus on the left because that matches the symbol that's on the little bin. We'll go this way for that one. Okay, hey, get off of there. Okay, cool, cool. Everybody says there's a mark on these for the positive, but I really don't see it. On the top, I don't see it. So that one goes that way, this one goes this way. We will start a little blob of solder, and then, as is with surface mount, you just kind of scooch the thing over until it hits your anchor point. And position it from there. So 1, 2, 3, this thing, and just like that. Man, once more, I am waiting for car parts. I don't know when the steel lines, the braided lines are going to get here. I've decided that I've had enough of my brakes shenanigans, and I'm just going to solve it all once and for all. And in doing so, I had to order brake lines, just because I don't want those to go bad. I had to get a power bleeder. I had to get a new master cylinder, just everything. I got the new compressor, and then all of the stuff that's turning into dust, the old plastic that's just the consistency of like crumbly soil. I had to buy a bunch of those panels too. Those are probably from junkyard cars. Permanent marker for spacing, but yeah, I just don't get how a signal that's going through a monitor cable, which should have like a display port cable, which should have some pretty decent grounding on it, because each individual line on the display port is grounded. Why that would be compromised if I move my mouse on screen. Like, why would that bleed over into my audio? My audio is not that sensitive. It's set up properly. Well, the speaker, the powered studio monitors are always at a particular high volume, right? So I guess that it's probably getting in through the cable from the Modi, the Valhalla, the amplifier. I feel silly saying these names. Probably getting in through the cable from the amplifier to the speakers. Although when I did put that USB isolator in there, it did clean it up quite a bit. It made it sort of a background noise instead of a foreground noise. So there's that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, thank you. You're correct. No, it's every 3. It's on the 4th. I'll check. I'll check in a second. Doesn't hurt to double check. So there, 1, 2, 3, there, 1, 2, 3, there. Yeah, so it's 3 and then. 3 and then. We gotta worry about perspective here. Perspective. Yep, okay. 3 and then. I could always look at the sketch, but 3 and then. Oh, you guys, yeah, you saw that. Okay. There we go. 3 and then. Is there any way for me to optically tell from the top? I mean, there should be that little T inside of the LED body, but these are slightly diffused, so it's hard to see. I mean, I can see it there. Is that correct? But positive is supposed to be the tip of the T, front of the T. I mean, you can use a multimeter to test these, but yeah, it is. You can you can see a little T inside of the LED body if you get the light just right. And the T faces towards positive. Oh, no, maybe not. Never mind. I misread. Anyway, positive is on the left. To match the symbol on the top of the bin. That way, I can kind of read my own mind. Ah! You know, everybody talks about the little green mark, but it's beyond my perception. I can't see it. I don't see the green mark. I really, really don't. I mean, maybe, is it the upper right, upper left corner, which would mean that's that way? Upper left, like right there? Yeah, I guess so. I guess I can see that. Very subtle. Hello? Oh, no, soldering iron's on. It's just not melting anything. Come on. There you go. Oh, great. I hate it when I do that. So that's sus, bus. 1, 2, 3, this one. This one is 24, 24, 12, 5, and then the blue LEDs. See, I can't trust myself to perceive that green marking because it's so subtle. It's very hard for me to make out on this microscope setup. Microscope. Bro. How's your microscope? Don't ever talk like that again, bother. All right, next. That one's facing the right way already. Hey. How about that? God, I got like all these parts sitting on the table, and I'm like, oh, do I need that? No, you don't. You can't trust the lenses on the old ones of these. That's why it helps to stock up. They're not expensive, so when you buy them in bulk. See it better on stream than me. I'm using the exact feed. I mean, maybe you guys might have it pumped up to 1080p. And you can lean into your screens, whereas I'm sitting away from this monitor a little bit. I should show you. Here, hold on. Here. My view is of exactly what I'm broadcasting. So I'm looking at exactly the image to the left, as well as, you know, this window and the thermals and the chat. So I'm looking directly at it from about this distance. It's just that maybe you guys have full screened it. Yeah, down here, back down, so you guys can see what my hands are doing. Look where my hand was. I messed that one up. All right, next. Lack of sleep will really do stuff to your brain, huh? Bus. There's sus, bus. What was it? 24 volts. Now we're doing 12 volts. Then we got to do 5 volts. Okay. Ooh, hand cramp. As I come down from lunch, what did I even have for lunch? I forget now. Did I have anything? What did I eat? Oh yeah, I ate way too much egg salad. That's right. Way too much egg salad. As my glucose level starts sort of normalize, as it becomes normal again, the drop is going to cause my muscles to cramp a little bit. So I have a little bit of trouble soldering for a little while at about this time. Move back to about the distance you are. It's barely noticeable. Yeah, so maybe I need to do the second monitor up top. I need to be looking up for both of the monitors as I stream. That way, I have all of my information up, and when I'm got a face cam going, it doesn't look like I'm looking at my belly button, basically. Like, it's easier for programming having the monitor down, but all my thumbnails for a little while and all the discords, they all looked like I was staring at my belly button. I hated it. So hated it. Next. Don't want to get flux on the lens. I guess I'll probably clean it off eventually. Oh, there's another one that I grabbed perfectly from the start. Please get off of my tweezers. Your thumb is 8 inches wide from here? What the fuck kind of TV am I? You have me projected onto the side of a building? That only counts as one view, so I would have you actually just go to a computer lab and just open me up on multiple different computers, all right? You know, one big screen is just one view. It's not fair to me, the streamer, who's more important. 3 rows. Boop, boop, boop. Here. Fill it with solder. See, this stuff is like, it's a little bit more difficult to do surface mount soldering on the circular plated through holes. What this allows me to do, though, is have these LEDs on one side and all the accompanying electronics on the other. I prefer square holes with no plates through. One singular side, square holes. That way, you have the gap between the squares to put your surface mount parts over, and it's much cleaner for making designs on perf boards like this. But anyway, that's just preferential. This works out here. And also, I need to order more of my perf board with the square holes because I don't have a lot of it anymore. I ran out. We've used it for too much stuff. But then you can use the wire wrap wires to do all your connections, and you've got the entire underside of the board to put all the stuff. Or if you don't do that, you can mount something with tape to a flat surface. Top one is backwards. Why are you guys like this? Why are you guys like this? Why are you guys like this? Stop it. Insufferable pedants. Go. Next. Can't see. Okay, like that. Like that. Please tilt. Why isn't this thing? Jesus, it's like locked vertical. Okay. Sus bus 24 12 5 API. So now we move over to blue, which these are totally different LEDs. Where's my other blues? The other blues I think are tiny. I do not want these to be too bright, but I don't know if these will work out. These are too small. Too small. Look at the size of this thing. This is tiny. We can make it work. I can make that work. And I can see the green marking actually on that one. Ow! What the fuck? Am I getting a pimple under my beard? Oh, I hate that. That's one thing that I hate. Wow, that really hurt. I just like poked the bottom of my like right there. And I'm just getting like a lot of pain, like a pimple. There's like a pimple that's surfacing right under there. Oh, weird. I haven't had that in a while. Under beard pimples are like the worst. That's not, what is this? That's chaos. There we go. back in track. Back on track. Ugh. I might have slept on my face. Maybe that's why it's a little painful. Carefully. What ends up happening to surface mount electronics when you solder one side, the surface tension of the solder gets to the top and the bottom of the chip component, and it lifts the chip component up in the air. It's called tombstoning. And it is annoying. Yeah, and it's like, what do you do about it? Do you do anything about it? Maybe, maybe not. These have like a diode symbol. I guess the anode would be the top of the cone, but it might be that the arrow points. See, the inconsistent marking is like the most frustrating thing. And surface mount electronics for a little while, it was like the Wild West. Nobody really had standardization of a lot of stuff. So you had to kind of wing it. Now with LEDs, you could just take a multimeter and you can put it on the diode tester. And the diode tester, of course, tests the forward voltage of the LED, and once the forward voltage is reached, any additional voltage is put towards illumination. Well, actually, no, it just illuminates, but it dimly lights up LEDs, and that's a good feature to have. It's just doing a basic diode test, but it'll allow you to determine the polarity and the color of the LED, especially these clear lensed ones. Hopefully that won't be too bright. Okay, all right. This will be illuminated by 3 volts from the Raspberry Pi. So this will be something that I program into the Raspberry Pi to indicate when the API is connected. Oh God, I'm so glad to not deal with glass diode. Surface mount diodes originally were encased in glass. So they were just like a regular old school diode, which were, man, those old school diodes were a trip. If you bent them wrong, you could crack the glass and kill the diode. But originally, diodes were encased in glass. Later on, they'd use epoxies on them. But when the diode went surface mount a billion years ago, it retained its glass. And so you have these little glass beads that have a little solder contact on either end. And they weren't capable of like printing labels onto it. So what they did is they color coded it. And I didn't know this, but Pseudomaze is saying that they didn't have any consistency. That's why, God, resistor color coding, I'm so glad we don't deal with that anymore. I mean, some people do. I guess they're weirdos and they love it. But I just, you know what? Fuck that. I don't need to remember a secret decoder ring in order to put a resistor onto something. The secret decoder is a literal number now that just tells you what the resistor is. There we go. I got that back into place. Yeah, they're bad. If you try to work with those glass bead diodes, you can mess up and it'll end up just breaking the diode just straight up. Boy, I have a lot of 3D printing to do over the weekend, don't I? That's basically what I'm going to be doing with my Saturday now. Trying to get the part printed. And I can maybe work on this circuit a little bit on the side so that we're not doing this on Tuesday, right? I'd rather be working on maybe the other power supply board. We'll go into a part 4, but I would like to get more progress done than this. I mean, this is good progress though, because I'm gonna be happy that there's an indicator light on the side of this to tell me that it's connected to the Twitch API. The previous board had just a blue light on the front that would, when it was not illuminated, I would have a panic attack and figure out what was going on. Because people can sub 24 hours a day to your stream. And I want everyone who subs to have their place on the board. So if people sub in the off hours, I want to know. I want to be able to have that register. I might have to do like a blinking light routine too, if more than 5 people sub. Stream the print on MakerDeck. No. No. I know some of you are fucking freaks and you love watching 3D printing going on. OctoJ is one of them. I'm not like that. I don't have those weaknesses. I think 3D printing is boring. And who the hell knows? Like, I might walk by the printer with my cock out or something. I don't know. Anything can happen. So I'm not comfortable having you guys have a 24-hour feed of a print going. Sorry for anybody who listens at their workplace. I don't really censor my language that much. I just don't curse a lot, and people get the impression that I'm family friendly. But this is Twitch, so much as platforms like to scrub their reputations to try to be like as kid friendly as possible, this ain't no kid friendly stream. Why wasn't that depositing solder? PG 21. I mean 14 and up, right? Oh God, my niece is around that age. Jesus Christ, when did that happen? Oh my God, when did that happen? Chat, help. She's old enough for Twitch. I don't think she would be caught dead on the platform, though. I don't think a lot of the Zoomers do Twitch. These don't look soldered. Just because the solder didn't get up to the top of the chip. It did. It got into that little nubbin, but it like doesn't go over the top of that. So they look decent. They look like they're cold welded, cold soldered in. I listen with an earbud. Yeah, it's a good idea. Thank you. Do that, because it may look like I'm doing engineering, but I'm cursing like a sailor sometimes. Cool thing about surface mount soldering is that surface tension is going to pull on your pads. And so if you've got symmetrical pads on your device, if you get both ends molten at the same time, your part is liable to be oriented exactly in the center. And that helps when you're doing a pick and place and using a solder oven, because you can haphazardly place your stuff, and when the soldering oven makes everything molten at the same time, your parts shift, and they shift into exact orientation. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah, this will be on the quiz. See that? I'm just fixing the position of all of the LEDs by bouncing from contact to contact. Now, there's a lot of flux on the board, so I have to kind of pop them up to get rid of that static friction. Once that static friction's gone, though, the surface tension is capable of moving them around. The only problem is when your soldering iron itself has a little bit of surface tension from the iron, from the solder that's on it, and it ends up lifting your part away. Yeah, the reflow, so Wexo went way out of his goddamn, Wexo was like seriously sending me a lot of really cool stuff. And one of the things that he sent was a soldering oven, and I was pretty disappointed though, as an infrared soldering oven has this tiny little window. A reflow toaster oven, which I have a toaster oven that I could use for reflow. Reflow toaster oven is so much cooler, especially on Twitch, because then I can put a webcam right in front of the glass, and you guys can see in full fucking detail the reorientation of all the parts. Because there was a Reddit GIF that showed that, and I'm like, it was like on the front page of the goddamn website with like billions of views, and I'm like, that could be me. That could have been my circuit board. I could have been showing that off. That could have been my viral video. Of course, then, you know, they hate self-promotion about as much as I do there, so they probably wouldn't appreciate me posting it. But if one of you goons posted it, it would have been great. But we don't. I'm not asking you guys to do anything. Don't do anything, actually, now that I've said it. The one clip that did go viral is the one that Demethil got, and he's constantly sharing in chat, which is where I was testing a motor controller on the original burn, you know, to get the original Burn the Subs rolling, and I had a capacitor in that was a maximum of 35 volts, and I'm like, what is this thing like at 52 volts? And you can see on the thermal camera, the capacitor is like getting angrier and angrier. It's like, Cappy is angry, and then it fucking exploded. And I was like, oh my goodness, my pants, they're full of poop. Okay, so, wow, that's actually uneven. Wait a minute. That's actually uneven, isn't it? That's a little bit uneven. Why does it look even on the... Hold on, testing stuff. They probably are uneven in Fusion. Let's just check, double check, redouble check, double check. These measurements are getting sussy. 9.456. Okay. Goes. Six. Okay, yeah, all right. So one's 6 and the other's 9. So yeah, it is further from the bottom than it is the top. And now I'll never unsee it. Now that I know that it's like that. Why are you like this? Can we fix it? No, we don't need to fix it. I mean, I could move everything down one hole or something, but if I did, then it would be 2 from the top and 2 from the bottom. So actually, if I did move it down one hole, that would solve a lot of our problems. with this being uneven, but I'm not going to do it because that resembles work, and I'm not about to resolder all of these things. I just made them look super nice and pretty, you know? But yeah, if we moved it down one hole, then it would be even. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Now that I know that it's uneven, I'm never going to be able to forget it, which is a problem. It's a big problem. But I need room for the connector on the bottom. So that's settled. That's settled. I'm not going to think about it ever again. That's true. The board isn't. No, but that would be even here. It wouldn't be even on the board that's in the CAD program, right? The CAD program is just a reference to where all the holes are. Do it. No, I don't think I will. It's going to move it down 0.1 of an inch. What is 0.1 of an inch in millimeters? And 0.254? 0.1 inch in millimeter. Yeah, oh, 2.54. Yeah, that's right. I knew that already. 2.54 millimeters. And the difference between, what do we get? It was from, hold on, I'm going insane. 6.897. Oh no, that's really close. The other one was 9 point something. It is just about from there to there. This one's 9.4. 6, 7, 8. It would be 8 point something, and then the other one would be 7 point something. Oh no. No, I'm not gonna do it. 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 Nope. Nope. It represents like a whole nother hour of work. 1 hour of work. 1 hour of work versus having this thing be even and knowing that it's even, or knowing forever that it's uneven. Knowing forever and ever that it's uneven by 2 millimeters, about, give or take. It's uneven by 2. My brain. Chad, I need more copium. Chad, I need copium. Oh, the reason that you were seeing it as gray is because I was mousing it over. A little more math. It's not, I don't have to do math. I just have to, I have to move all of the solids off, and then I have to project different holes into the drawing, which will take a little while, but then it'll be done. Chad, then it'll be done. Just a little copium, Chad. Okay, I'm not gonna do it. I'll leave it where it is. It's delightfully asymmetrical is what we'll call it. Delightfully asymmetrical. Print the cover slightly off. No, because then the casting of the light's a little different inside of the chambers. We don't have, our diffusion is a bunch of layers of 3D print, and generally the way that that's going to work, it's not going to core memory unlocked. Shit. The light diffusion is actually kind of interesting in products, and we've seen it a lot in the things we took apart when we were taking stuff apart. They have a lot of different strategies in order to get the minimal amount of width of LED to illuminate the most of your chamber, and part of it is evening out the light so that it doesn't look like an LED is illuminating it. Well, we're taking a lot of shortcuts, and the shortcuts we're doing is we have multiple LEDs, we have a thick material that's going to diffuse the light a lot, and so there's a little tiny bit of bleed over between the different chambers. I can't do filament switching on that scale. I don't have a dual extruder. I have a singular extruder and different color plastic. So the whole layer is made out of clear. Those two LEDs are hitting the back of that material and diffusing around. There's a little bit of bleed over. And what we're doing in order to make sure that this whole thing is illuminated properly is we have chambers that keep that light, chambers that keep that light sort of contained within itself. But this entire piece here is also the same material. It's at the same height. So, I mean, another way that we could do it is if I made this much thinner, but then if you make it thinner, you get less diffusion. So better than one tile reverted on the backsplash. I love mildly infuriating subreddit when it comes to tiles. There are just so many weird things that people see in tiles that that are just aggravating. It's like, what were they doing when they made this? The person must have just been ready to leave. Like, whatever, I'll just put this brick down. It'll be, it's the wrong type, like the wrong color brick. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Anyway, no, delightfully asymmetrical. We're gonna keep it that way. It doesn't need to be perfect. And maybe in time I'll learn how to forget. But this gives me an opportunity to put a pin header at the bottom. So the pin header down here, there's just a little bit of room for it now. So that helps, because we have a lot of pins that are coming into this thing. I mean, this thing is getting signals from all over the place. It's whimsical. Oh God. If I had made these like go all over the place and be weird and like, you know, like in the 90s when they started like being able to do stuff like that and making the design all funky and strange. Nah, it's fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. It's off. It's off. It's off by a little bit. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not, nope. I don't see it. You guys don't see it. Nobody sees it. All right, chat. It doesn't look like I'm going to get to building the transistor parts of the circuit. I thought we would, but I decided last minute that I wanted to have an API light on the thing. So as is right now, we're going to break here. I know it's another short stream. My head is killing me. I think I need to either hydrate or I don't know. I'll take the dog for a walk, get some exercise, and then drink a lot of water, and we'll see where we get to. Tomorrow, I'm not going to stream unless something cool happens. I really don't think so, but break something else and you'll forget. You'll have bigger problems to worry about. That's kind of what I'm figuring. I don't know if it, God, I'm going to walk into the shop one day and be like, that's uneven. And then every day I have to look at it. This row intentionally left blank. No, I think it's okay. I'm looking at it right now in CAD. I think it's okay. Here, let me see. The only problem is the ground plane's down like that, so I have to do this in order to tilt it. You have to do the three-dimensional like swirling of the camera. Oh no, it locked it in. Hold on. How do we, I mean, that's the ISO view though. And then as soon as I touch this, it'll reorient me to the, yeah, see that? As soon as you touch it, it's like, no, there's the ground, I'm trying to view it like it's on the wall. There's probably a way that I can do that. There we go. That's fine. I'm not gonna, I could change the rectangle around the indicators, but then it won't match the opposite side because that rectangle is based on these mount holes here. I don't want to do that. I'm going to leave it uneven and I'll tell myself that it's intentional and the purpose behind it is to irritate people. How about that? I think that's the solution. I think that's the best solution that I can come up with, is that I intentionally did that in order to irritate people. I still have to design a top cover for those terminals too. We're only going to use one set of terminals. We could have put the LED indicator on those terminals, and then the front of the board would have had all of those labels on it. Oh, I wish I had come up with that earlier. Damn. I could have done all the indicators like right here. Well, that would distract away from the front view of the... I'm mad already. Gotta go. I'm starting to go mad. My brain is starting to unravel with the frustration of the mistakes that we've made. One thing we could do in the future, if I find that the Vicor flat pack is getting warm, I could, which I don't think it will, but I could drop just like one of those shitty Amazon water blocks on the bottom of it. But all right, see you later. I'm winding down. I'm gonna start wrapping it up. Thanks everybody for the raids today, and thank you guys for hanging out with me on a Friday. We try to be a little bit more whimsical on a Friday and like do like interesting stuff that I can ramble about instead of like studying and doing math and stuff, you know. I do 3 streams a week. I try to do Saturdays. We just got a dog, so things are crazy. I've been trying to get back into like my schedule so that I can work on stuff. I've had trouble doing the work in the background that keeps the stream flowing, which is why hunkering down and working on one single project has been kind of beneficial for me. But
we'll try to hit next week like running. I think I can get some of the stuff done. I can get the 3D prints done in the background, and then we can jump into next week. I can get a lot of stuff done. I'll be on Discord though if you guys feel like hanging out. I'm constantly on Discord. Luckily that works on my phone, so I have it while hanging out with dog. But you can catch me there. You could try to see if I tweet, but I barely do that anymore. If I have updates for the projects, maybe I'll toss a tweet out this weekend. We'll figure that out. We're gonna finish this power supply, and I want to finish it as fast as possible because we have a lot of work to do on the other stuff. I want to get this thing all set. There's a little bit more 3D design that we have to do. We have to make a pump mount for a pump and a radiator mount for the board, and we got to make it kind of work with the look of the rest of the thing, right? We got to make that kind of mesh. I don't know if I want the pump to be top side or bottom side because there's going to be a big mess of tubes connecting to the thing. The silicon tube has like scaling in it now because we've let it dry out in the air a couple times. And I tried to remove the scaling by putting it under the sink. Didn't work. There's still like scaling in the silicon tubes. I don't know what to do about that. I might have to order a completely new tube for the entire project, which is annoying. But I want to get to the point where we can tackle those problems, and there's a lot of wiring between here and there. So anyway, we'll get to it. And I know the lack of progress can be a bit frustrating, but this is what the original Burn the Subs was like. People were like, why aren't you getting anything done? And then Burn the Subs was up for like 3 years, right? Without fault. Some minor faults along the way, but without fault. I'll say that, and it'll be a lie, but I'll say it. So trust in the process. We are getting there. We made a lot of really good progress today. And I will print. We'll come back. We'll have stuff to build. We'll have a good time. I'll catch you guys then. Have a good one. What does this button do?